So, welcome back to the stream. I figured, given that I do not have time tomorrow for the regular one, I might as well do a replacement today. So, let's take the chill. Well, it's rather hot here, but let's try to chill on Sunday morning and see what we can do about all of these players. Because this is also the end of the transfer window, as far as I'm aware. Well, more or less. We've got a week to go. We have the cup match against Arema. This is a it has 2 legs, so the home game. It's this is one of these rule sets with away goals. So we definitely should not concede at home, and then as long as we can score away from home, we're fine. Also, these players might need to leave because he's a casual, and there was somebody else that was a casual too. Yeah, infantry will probably remain with the club if he takes the offer. And what about Ari? Well, he is still under contract anyway, so that's fine. I'm also not sure if I want to keep him in this role. He's rather fast though, so not a problem there. Well, and in other news with the club, so just to reiterate on that, the club needs to win, well, in aggregate, the next 2 games to progress in the cup competition. These 2 matches are entirely useless. We don't care anymore. Well, that's not entirely true. We will be qualified for the playoffs. That's guaranteed. Yeah, so we don't care anymore. I think it is true. We do not care anymore because in the second phase, we will play each other team twice again, and it's the for the small sub-league, I guess, where we play each other twice, where it counts. We need to finish that one first in order to get promoted directly. If we finish third, we are just given money. If we finish second, we will need to go into the third place playoffs, and only the winning team wins the promotion. So there's that. Also, long-term goals. So I guess as a long-term goal, we can call out we want to keep Tegar infantry. He's probably a decent central defender. So if I can help it, we should keep him at the club. And on the less known end, we have a shadow striker by Imbiri, which scored last time out on his debut. He is vastly underpaid right now, and he will sign a professional contract. I think this is at the age of 17. I do not know about the professional contract. I didn't do this, but apparently it's for 180. So as a long-term goal, we want to keep him here. And I would like him to develop, and to develop in a good manner. Also, you might have noticed the face got replaced. I mentioned this on the Discord server. I finally got to do the face pack stuff. Now he's no longer an egghead. So, in case you're ever wondering why there's a second manager here, this is just for modding purposes, if you want to put it that way. If you consider installing a face pack, modding. Otherwise, there's nothing that I do here. Great. So I guess the question comes up, is he part of a mentoring group? Yes, he is. Together with Sukipto, which is actually a good point. How is Sukipto doing? He has contract until 2031. So that's still a while. And we have a contract extension. I guess the question I want to ask is, first of all, do we want to keep him? From the personality perspective, definitely. He is spirited, evasive, and unflappable. That's more or less a good personality. It might be a great one. Then there's well, there's the question: is he good enough for the squad? So, assuming he is, he will probably play. He's 22, so he might develop. I wouldn't say he will definitely be around the squad all the time, but he's good enough to try. There's also an argument to be made about teaching him to be ball-winning midfielder. Let me just have a look at that for a second. So that's a long-term prospect. But assuming we train him like this, his teamwork is really low. That's a problem here. I could probably deal with the positioning. Also, the positioning is part of it anyway. The heading, yeah, that might improve as a central defender in the future. I do not think his jumping reach will improve much, though. And 1.76 meters for Indonesia, that's okay-ish for a central defender, I guess, at least as far as I've seen. But he will probably not increase jumping reach by much. There's 25 centimeters missing for him to have a decent jumping reach for a center back. So in next season, we might argue that he should be ball-winning midfielder. In fact, he should also probably be a leading player due to the leadership. He's a bit young to do that, though. So yeah, definitely want to keep around the club for me. There's not much else that comes to mind right now. The rest is more or less replaceable. Let's have a look in the mentoring groups. Well, the casual one will go, so he'll be gone. There's a Birol Validain. He made an appearance last time out, and he did reasonably well, so he might play once more. Do we have anyone in this club? Have a look. That we definitely want to keep. Pranata is a bit expensive. And to be frank, there's some holes in this attribute sample that I do not like very much. He's a good goalkeeper overall, though, so no complaints. Rahman is probably not that needed. That said, we're talking a 20-year-old. I don't care much. We might extend his contract. We might not. No, he's got transfer rights. He's sold. Well, he's sold for €0. Rinaldi, I think Chernolit liked Rinaldi. He plays as a segundo volante right now. The good tackling says so use me as a ball-winning midfielder or anchorman or something like this. The trade says I will knock the ball past the opponent for no reason. It's not like he can't do that. I just don't want it in central midfield. So, I don't know. And he's 26. That said, he has contract, so yeah, whatever. This guy will leave. He's got transfer arranged. He will leave because we don't need him, I think. Might leave on loan, might leave. Yeah, he might leave on a permanent basis. I wouldn't necessarily say that he's really, really bad, but we will find somebody that can replace him. So, not a reason to keep him around. Santoso. Well, I guess for a winger he's fine. He's got decent pace. It doesn't look like he's a priority though. And given the wage, this is not horribly high, but it's also not really low. I do not see why we would keep him from a financial point of view. We might as well replace him with somebody else. Doesn't mean that I want to, under any circumstance. We'll see. Bagas Satiro. So Satiro is our only defensive midfielder, basically. And he's not even considered to be a ball-winning midfielder or something because he's not that strong. Also, we loaned him in. Sure, I remember. Yeah, we loaned him in because there was not much else available. I think he's fine. Or did we? Nah, we didn't loan him in. He was loaned in. That's not my transfer. So I can't remember. That was wrong. Yeah. Then we have this one. That seems like one that I loaned then, yeah. At the 17th. Now I'm confused. I loaned him in too. Never mind. I like the trade. That certainly fits him. He's not tall or anything. He adapted to that quite well. I'm not even sure if we taught him that or he came with it. I would need to rewatch the old stream. But I think we tried to teach him. We've been here. He's an odd case. He's 33. For a poacher, he's reliable, I guess. He scored last time out. So no complaints about him. He might even get used to playing Shadow Striker. And he has a decent finish. I don't know, hobby. The balance is a bit off. I don't like that. Natural fitness, pace, and stamina are fine. His work rate isn't great. He's more of a poacher type. But he might do as a replacement in the future. If we can get his contract demands a bit lower. He's probably too expensive for long-term planning. Utama is in decline. It's just the way it is. So we will see if we can replace him. Same with him. Zico is an interesting case because he's a playing style that I like, an inverted winger. So him cutting inside from the right wing, being inverted winger here, that's something that I'm willing to go with, yes. I do not want to get rid of everyone. That said, he's rather expensive, and I think he considers himself a striker, even though he isn't. So if we play like this, yeah, it's a very early stream. Also unnotified. I'm sorry about that, but welcome back to the stream. I hope you had a good weekend. I thought to myself I should do a replacement for tomorrow, because tomorrow I will definitely not be available due to the job, and the one on next Friday is also questionable. I do not know yet if we can make it happen. So given that I want to stream at least 2 times a week, I thought this might be fine as a replacement. I realized that it's a bit at an uncommon hour and without notification, so sorry about that. So how have you been doing? Wixman was taken. Anything new with you? That's not much. I'm glad to hear that. Do you have plans for the Sunday? Anything in particular? I don't know. Another season in Football Manager. Watching. Is there some sort of there's live football right now, right? Probably not right now, but there's football these days. Some international matches. I don't follow that stuff. Sure. Nations League finals. Apparently I missed something. Well, who cares? So I guess the question is, do you watch Nations League? That's... I love it. I should do that more often. I really should. Okay. Well... I don't do that either. When's the final? I just had it open and closed it. 2045. Okay, and the match for the third spot, this is between Netherlands and Italy, is at, well, for me at least, it's at 15. Yeah, so it's 3 p.m. So I guess this will not collide with this stream, which is a good thing, but that's entirely random. Okay, I see. Yeah, I see. I'm not even aware. Is it? There's something to be won here, though, right? in the competition. Some sort of I don't know. The winner goes to the next whatever international competition it is. Isn't it something like this? So there is something to be won, isn't it? I'm not even aware. I think there was something like this, being a starter in one international competition. It isn't. Not even like yeah, well, nations. Not even like a starting spot in the World Championship for the winner or something like this. I thought there was something like this. Well, I might be entirely wrong. You know, this is all hearsay. And jumbled up in my head too. Well, everybody predicts that we will get defeated in the next match. We will see. There's also additional offers for this guy, which I'm totally fine with. Please go away, you are a casual, I do not want you in our squad. Sean Duggan has rejected the offer from Ranelli Town. If only we could play him here, but this is rather easy. In fact, let's remove him from the shortlist. He doesn't need to be there anymore. Putra is sold. That's the bad center back. He's still with us for now. He has transfer arranged. So I guess the question is, do we want this guy to be a replacement as a center back in case we need one? Or do we want to play a random guy? And I think, given these circumstances here, we should rather sell him immediately and get the cash in. So I will try this. They do not want to make an offer. Let's try to sell him for 3k. They do not want to make an offer. No, they're willing to wait. Let's see. 200 euros, 500. They do not want to pay money for this guy. I see. So, go. Here we go. Well, that's in a group of 5 instead of 6 for World Cup qualifying. What does that even mean? Is that better? Oh, the group of 5, but the group of 5 has the same amount of spots to progress to the next stage of the competition, I guess. So yeah, it is a bit better. Like, oh, I see. I see. At least I imagine I see. Alright, he's done. Great. So we got that sorted. We brought a few loan players in, and a few of these will leave. So I guess the question is, do we want to do a long-term signing? Can we find anyone that should be a long-term signing? Or an absolute must-have as a loan? So I'm not specifically looking for somebody that needs to be used this season. I'm looking for somebody that we want to have with the club. We have another 5 to 7 days with this. I think we declined on signing him immediately. Not that it's horrible, but he wanted too much money, I think. No, he didn't want to be. He didn't want to be secondary goalkeeper. That's a problem. Well, problem. Well, given that I know somebody that watches the final today for Croatia, it was the final, or was it semi-final? See, that's how important it is to me. You will have my support for Croatia in any way. It's a final, yeah, against Spain. Sorry about that. So my support goes with Croatia today. Also, they play Spain. I don't know why I should support Spain, if anyone at all. He's an unambitious goalkeeper. You hate both. Is there some sort of background to this? Do I want to know about it? Oh, I see. So I thought you were supporting. Well, in that case, I should support Spain. See? Very simple. Easy to convince. Hate is a strong word, though. Well, Sandy Indra doesn't look that interesting. I think this is not too bad. Sure, he's unambitious, but he's unflappable. His stats are a bit off, though. For a 17-year-old, on the other hand, yeah, I can see as at least a youth signing. As a youth signing, he would be fine. He isn't, though. There's a lot of goalkeepers here. Did we scout nothing but goalkeepers? Oh, I'm so stupid. No, I'm strictly looking for a deal. No. He's a playmaker-ish type listed for loan. Not a bad choice. In fact, him being listed for loan seems really interesting. So assuming we need a deep-lying playmaker, which we could use in defensive midfield. He was one of those that needed the money, the contract the wages paid, right? Also, he's susceptible to injuries. I don't like that much. Still, probably one of the better signings here. I do not like the off-the-ball movement, though, and the passing is a bit off, too. Heading 13 seems... I don't want to say useless, but it seems a bit of a waste on him. He could also be ball-playing defender, I guess. Yeah, but he's not strong, so... Nah. Rather not. Ibrahim... It's a fickle central midfielder. Probably also some sort of playmaker. I'm not so sure. Fickle and outspoken. Nah. I guess we have a look at the poacher. He comes deep to get balls. For a poacher, that's horrible. I don't like that at all. That doesn't fit him. He could not play deep lying forward. With that passing and that vision, I don't want to have that. Also, strength-wise, I think we had a look at this. There's a few other players. Let's not have a look at all of them in detail. I'm just looking for somebody that seems really good. That ball-winning midfielder, did we have a look at him anytime? Stops play but tries long-range passes. I don't know. Not like his passing is really shitty. Well, that's more of a classical winger to me. Rather pacey, so not a bad choice. I'm not so sure if I want to have him on a permanent basis, though. In fact, there's a lot of... Most of these players are either potential loanees. Yeah, these are all potential loanees, right? He requested to be transferred for 2.5k. Oh, I can see why. He's rather cheap. And now we're getting into areas where we do not want to sign the player anyway. Like the Putra case. Sure. So I guess my question is there anyone with a really good personality, maybe? So seen from the other side. pro, no pros available. There's one ambitious player. Echo. That's not shabby. I consider this a very good signing for the future too, yes. Problem is, he's rather expensive. But as a long-term prospect, he's definitely one that deserves to be to the on the short list. At least for a year. That's one to have a look at. These need to go. A driven one. I'm not too fond of that personality. Same here though, this is more or less a ball-winning midfielder. I do not have a problem with that, necessarily. Seems fine. He didn't play well for his parent club, so they might be willing to let him leave. Same here, let's put him on a short list. Even though I'm not so fond of the personality, but he definitely has the... He can play with us. He has the standard to play with in our team. I don't want to go through these. That's much more important to me. So he's listed for loan, fairly pro. We need to scout this guy. Hi, welcome to the stream. Oh no, 85 euros it will cost. Well, we can have that. He's on a short list already. Yeah, that's not a bad goalkeeper. For that money in particular. That's great. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. so I guess you're doing fine. In which year is this? Are you also in like 2029 onwards, or is it like 3 years in? Because oh, I see. I see. Yeah. So you had a few years, but it's a similar safe situation in a way. Sure. Only that you had success and I didn't. That's good for you. Uh, well, I wish you all the best with that. He's outspoken though. That's why we didn't sign him yet. Yeah. Um, the thing is, his contract runs out. Fairly pro and outspoken is not a bad combination. It's not great, but it's not that bad. I do not like the one-on-ones though. This is not a must sign. It's more of a can sign. 250 to 325. It's a bit expensive, isn't it? I'm not sure. What about these two? He's an 18-year-old defensive midfielder that runs with ball rarely. Aggression's fine, tackling and marking and positioning and so on could do with some improvement. Yeah. Let's have a look at that later. And him we need to scout. Alright. Little warning. We will need to do another ad. I'll be back in a minute 30. See you on the other side. So, you didn't miss anything. That's it. We scout this guy. Is there anyone else here? The Gonzalez guy came up at some point. My problem with Juan Carlos Gonzalez, I guess it's something along the lines of this. You can obviously see my problem with him. Jumping reach 8 and strength 7. That's not great for a central defender. I do like him otherwise, though. I really do. He's a bit expensive, though. So that's why he is on the shortlist, I guess. There's a few fickle players, I'm not too fond of that personality. Lighthearted, nah. If I can avoid it, you know. There's no model citizens, resolute, maybe resilient is not that bad either. I don't know about the attributes though. Well, his contract runs out, that's for sure. So, and we're talking a 21-year-old. He was in League 1 at least. So we could offer him a trial or scout him. Just scout him. Now that we have a club that can afford scouting. So, he doesn't look that impressive, does he? Especially on the physical side. To me, that's a must sign, though. An 18-year-old with, well, he's got really good tackling. The heading is fine, too. He's not that small for Indonesian standards, so that's the average size, I guess. Yeah, and his teamwork work rate and stuff are really good. He has a good personality, he has some media handling, level-headed, that's fine. So resolute plus level-headed should equal decent loyalty and professionalism. I think we're happy with this, right? Anyone's got an opinion on that? It's Indonesia after all. Well, so we have two possibilities here. We poach him from them. I do not know how compensation for youth contract works here. Can we figure that out somehow? It should be in the league rules, right? Or we just try. I cannot find it here. Well, they are probably entitled to compensation, just like in England. Is he even interested in signing with us? He has no transfer interest anyway. Yeah, but he's a case for the shortlist, definitely. If he becomes available, I'm willing to go with this, just due to the personality. And then include him in the squad from time to time and see if he develops. If he does, good for him. If he doesn't, well, you know, not much money wasted. Spirited players. So he's on the short list for being spirited, I guess. Also for being friggin' fast. Not a bad choice. We cannot bring him in right now, I guess. That would be a slight transfer interest. But the first touch is a bit off, and some of the mentals are a bit off. Also, he's more of a winger. So assuming we play with inverted wingers in the future, you know, not that great. Let's have a look at the rest. I like spirited players. This guy needs to be given the proper scouting. He's not that great though, so most likely we will not sign him. And then there's Anga Malik. I like him. He's under contract though. But overall, I like him. That's fine, and it would be a long-term signing that I would be willing to make. I do like to poach my players on free transfers though. And he doesn't fit that description. If we can get him in for loan for the entire next season, that's probably a very good... Oh, he's also unflappable. Spirited and unflappable sounds really great. He's under contract until the 8th of... So, we do not want to pay 47k for him, or whatever they want to have. We are willing to take him in on loan though. As a squad player. I do not want to restrict ourselves to the position. And we would play him as a wingback most likely, which is fine. His marking is a bit bad, but otherwise this is good. So... in terms of long-term planning, that's not too bad, right? We bring him in on loan. He is also interested in a transfer. He's suspiciable to injury though. I didn't know that. I don't like that. On the other hand, he probably wouldn't be available for transfer if not suspiciable for injury. No. We will try to loan him in for 12 months, that's totally fine. We will get rid of this. Include this clause, do not pay the wages. And now I'm thinking... if we include an optional future fee. Hi, welcome to the stream. I hope you have a good day. Yeah, and feel free to ask questions and so on and so forth. You know the drill. I'm just trying to figure out here in Indonesia what kind of player this is, and if you want to bring him in on a permanent basis or just on a loan basis. So I guess we don't pay a shit for having him at the club for 12 months. A spirited guy that is unflappable. That's definitely a good addition to the squad, even though he's a 20-year-old. So from a personality perspective, that's something that I want to include. He has no bad traits for him. He's not a great header, so playing the ball played into the feet is fine. Avoids using weaker foot is fine too. It's not great, but it works. Moves ball to the right foot before dribbling is perfectly fine with him. And maybe they want to get rid of him. So let's be assholes about it. Let's try an optional future fee for €0. Yeah, I thought so. Okay. So, 63 is a bit much though, right? We know that he's prone to injury. We don't know how prone. So, say we offer them 5. Squad player, right defender. Yeah, we wouldn't play him anywhere else anyway. So we're still here. They want 63. Okay, so the 5k will probably not work. Let's offer 25k. I guess this is not a must-use clause, so to include one doesn't hurt. Okay, fine. So good with 60. That's close enough. I think we can do that. So many unambitious players here. Alright, nothing else. Great. So now our shortlist is populated with a few more potential additions for the squad. He can play the next fixture without a risk of complications, apparently. That's fine. Zico is not match fit. That's due to low sharpness, I guess. And the same for Santoso. This is still... I don't know what happened here. Oh, so cup game is coming up immediately. Great. So Utama is not entirely fit. He has high suspiciability to injury right now. We might play the young guy again. Well, one of the young guys, really. John Salim is on the transfer bid though. Apparently they played him throughout the season. I don't know why. What we could do though is we bring the loanee. He's not great, is he? He's not great at this at all. That said, we brought him in to replace the other guy, in case we need him. And we could try to get him on a permanent basis later on. So, why not play the loanee? How has training been? Great, more or less, and we cannot comment on it. Can we comment on the last match's performances? Sure. So let's go through the form for a second. Look at that too. He was fantastic last match. Can we comment on this? Sure we can. Yeah, good goalkeeping overall. Brilliant is a bit much, but okay. He didn't play. Rinaldi, we should probably also do conduct, shouldn't we? Because there's no bad conduct to be had here. He didn't play, so his conduct is fine. Rinaldi had 2 out of 2 tackles. I guess that's a plus. His performance overall was fine. And the conduct, I don't want to praise that. He had a yellow card in the last 5 matches. He didn't. Also, he didn't play, but who cares? Okay, that's a bit better. Salim was thrown off the pitch recently. There's no reason whatsoever to praise his form. In fact, it's quite the opposite. So we will do that. That's an easy one. Low-hanging fruit. He's new. with the club, apparently. I didn't know. No, he's not. He's not new. He might have been in the under 20. I don't know. Doesn't matter though. He didn't play. We can praise his conduct and that's it. Satiro. Same here. Not much to say. Simatupang. That's one that we brought in for, on loan, I think. Do have a replacement at all in this position? Did he play last game? He came on. 6 out of 6 passes. But he doesn't have a rating. I'd rather not praise that. 3 out of 3 tackles is fine. Overall, his defending was okay. It wasn't fantastic though. He scored 2 goals. Definitely no complaints with a striker that scores 2 times. 15 out of 16 passes too. His heading was horrible. That's great. Utama had a good rating, but not that many assists or anything. I'd rather not praise him for anything here. Passing wasn't great, he didn't create a lot of chances. I don't know, I don't like that. Birul Validain. 5 out of 5 tackles, even though this is a 6.6 rating, that's good. And he likes it. In the last 5 games, he also didn't get a yellow card, so I guess we can praise his conduct. Fantastic. Zico did not play last time out. Conduct's good. No complaints whatsoever. Well, we can't complain about form. 6.58 is not good. Anshori, he made his first appearance for the club last time out? No, he didn't. I'm confused with this. His heading was good, his tackling is 100% though. I know it's 1 out of 1, but what can I say? It's fine. Ari had a banger of a game last time out. 3 assists. Hopefully we can praise his assists. Was it a more direct approach? I guess so. I don't know. Fantastic. Good stuff. So that worked. Arianto, he came on and played in defensive midfield for a while. Didn't do much. I'd rather not talk to him about his last match. Fadilla. Oh yeah, that's one that will get sold. There's not much reason to talk to him. I guess we can praise his conduct. Good stuff sitting in the stands, sir. Imbiri is our new hope for the future, I guess. Scored 1 goal. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. Fantastic. And there's no use not to praise the conduct. I think his conduct has been fine. So we can be happy with that. Infantry had a fantastic game last time out. For some reason, I will probably praise the tackling here. Because it's at 100% and that's what counts. Perfect morale now. good stuff. He didn't play, and he will probably not play this time out. He was too good for an official warning. Melana did play, I think. 6.7 rating, yeah, he wasn't great. That's why he came off after 45 minutes. He didn't do much. And we can probably criticize him for the lack of chances created. Because he didn't. Hosseini didn't play because he was not available. Prakosa. Abdul Prakosa is yet another attacking midfielder. To be honest, I don't even remember this guy. Yeah, I remember him now. Okay. He didn't play though. He wasn't available. We will praise his conduct and that's it. Pranata is the goalkeeper again. So this is where we started. No use praising the form just yet. Okay. So we can do a tactical meeting. I guess Hosseini could play. Yeah, he's probably the best player we have in this squad, right? So given that this fixture is a cup game, rules are a maximum of 4 foreign players and a maximum of 3 foreign players, not including Asian players. Cool. We have 2 defenders here. We could use a defensive midfielder, but he cannot play. He's a trial list, right? Right. Salim will probably leave the club. We could use another defensive midfielder in the squad, really. And Imbiri had an appearance in the last match. He even scored. Let's take it a bit slowly for him. So let's keep Isha on the bench, not bring along the youngster. Imbiri is also... Well, there's no consistency in his game yet. Doesn't seem to like big matches. These 2 will leave. These are, I think these are the casual ones, right? Yeah, these are the casual ones. They will leave. Imbiri, I just said, we have 2 attacking midfielders in the squad. It's not needed. With him, I'm not opposed to the idea, but 705 is not good enough. Abdul Prakosa. He will leave. And we didn't try to keep him. Why is that? Well, we have enough players in this position and his finishing is shit. So that doesn't feel viable. In fact, we should probably sell him now. He costs us money after all. And we will not use him. As I said, we have another attacking midfielder here. He's not new with the club. But I think Prakosa is also not an important member, is he? He's another player. He's just another player. Nah, we have enough players in this position. We will sell him immediately for absolutely no money whatsoever. Now he's gone. We got rid of his wages. And that settles that. They are still on the transfer bid. So That leaves us with the Santoso decision, and that's it. And I can happily live with that. Not bringing him along, that's fine. He's not even training. We will probably have him as an attacking midfielder on the left, yes. And given that he has decent mentals, why not use the attack duty? Sure. Technique and first touch could do with some improvements, so I guess that's ball control. Knocking the ball past the opponent is not bad for him, but it's not great either. Okay. So let's see what we'll face. That's a poacher, more or less. An unambitious one that likes to move into channels and so on. Great. Zakaria is rather fast, not that strong. Decent dribbler, but not great. He runs with the ball through center. He's right-footed and playing on the right. Interesting. Yeah, he's more or less a playmaker type, in a way. Good passer. Tries killer balls. We know shit about him. Jairo Hoffmann. Probably not pronounced that way. Looks like a decent midfielder. This is a League 1 team, by the way, so we are the absolute underdogs here. He has really bad dribbling, and his composure isn't great. So in his case, we can probably argue that we can tackle him hard. We don't know. It seems like there are some gaps on the squad here. So either we don't know about this player. Yeah, we just don't know about him at all. Not like this is a grayed out one, we just don't know about it. Might be a new signing. So no idea what to expect. Other than he's 1m74. So I guess we can determine that he will not be a jumping beast. He's 1m83. His jumping might be better. That's about it. We don't know much else. So I'm not so sure what to do with this right now. Okay. They are very good in defense and even better in attack. Okay. I see. They want us to do a defensive approach. Let's have a look if we want to do that. Familiarity with this. Mentality is accomplished. If we go defensive, mentality is competent only, so I'd rather go cautious. I think balanced would be perfect, right? Yeah, balanced is in fluid. So we do the middle of the road thing. We go cautious. Does dropping deeper change anything out of position? Say we drop off more. That doesn't seem to influence the overall mentality that much. So we drop off a little bit more. Hope for the best there. How's our position instructions? Okay, we had one player that we want to foul off the pitch. That's this guy. Well, not fouling. It's just the appropriate amount of strength in the tackle. He's a bit strong with 12 points, but his dribbling is really bad. Same as his composure. He's got a bravery though. No injury, no history of injury. Still, to win the ball high up on the pitch, probably not a bad choice. Emphasis on probably. I would love to mark him tightly, same as him, but it will not work. We cannot jump them though. None of these are great jumpers. We do not know shit about him. He's strength-wise, he's okay. Jumping reach is okay too. Pace and so on is also okay. Positioning is okay. He has really bad jumping reach, but he's the right back. So that doesn't matter much. The only thing I can come up with right now is we should probably have a look at the crossing. We are doing mixed crosses right now. And his jumping reach is 3. A whole friggin' 3 points. So I think mixed crosses are a waste. There's no tall guy on the pitch, is there? Well, Ari is. But his heading is 3. So I guess we can do low crosses. Low crosses are the ones for the smaller players, right? Yeah. Quicker off the mark and can lose their defender in a small area of space, so that means off the ball movement and anticipation, as well as physicals. Anticipation and off the ball movement aren't that fantastic for Solstjavan. Solistjavan. Well, I butchered that name again. It will happen from time to time. With him, off the ball movement and anticipation are much better, so this is fine. Anticipation isn't that great, off the ball movement isn't that great. He has good pace and acceleration though. And in the case of Melana, Yusuf Melana has quickness. Anticipation and off the ball movement could do with some improvement. So it's not like this is a no-brainer. He's nervous about his battle with Endang Pendravan. Okay. Fine. We have another 25 minutes. Maybe that's enough for the match. Okay. Is there anything that we might have forgotten? Well, I can't think of anything. I guess we lost against them last time out. So we need to get revenge, even though it's unlikely. He had a wonderful match last time out. Pick up where you left off last time out, or this stuff. What happened to the lighting? What the fuck? Is this a thing of we kept them too long in the locker room? I love it. Yeah, well, okay. Thank you very much. Cup game. First leg. Do not concede. There goes the game. Hosseini, nice dribble for Ari. Manshori. Infantry. And a long direct pass for Ari, who wins the header. Didn't result in the chances, it seems. Validain, Anshori, Validain. It's not a corner. It's a chance for Milana. Yusuf Milana with the first header towards target. That wasn't that bad of a chance, was it? Sure, he should have done better with it. Validain again. That's not one for him to pick up. Whoa! Hits the crossbar. That long shot by Arianto. Not bad. Sure, obviously we also take the goals at home, if we can score them. Well intercepted by Rinaldi. Ari, Osheni, nice killer ball. Solskjaer we have a finish. The chances aren't great, but there's some impact, I guess. Not that bad. It actually looks like we stand a chance. For some reason. Well, up until now, that is. Arema FC, on the other hand, they don't look that threatening so far. This might change all of a sudden, though. Ariono, Hoffman, Hamdani. Yeah, it's a corner. Okay. Well, corners are always dangerous. We do not have that many tall players. Sakala will take the corner. Goes just straight to the middle of the penalty area. Should be routine defending, but there's a shot. That got blocked. I don't even know who it was. Hendravan. Takiara, Hamdani. There's another long ball for the striker. It's not picked up by the defender for some reason. Well done, Oseni. Well done. Milana. Milana with a long ball for Orianto. The youngster with the cross. And that's a corner. Sotstavan is not the one to win the headers. Well, his heading isn't that bad, I think. Sotstavan's. Let's have a look. His heading is 12. It's just the 3 points of jumping reach that are really bad. So we do not really stand a chance there. Oseni. Yeah, there was an attempt at a bicycle kick there. We are not promoted already. Welcome back to the Stringmies. No, but this is the first leg of the cup matches. That's a corner. So yeah, given that this is a League One club, I'm not in a bad mood about this yet. We're doing fine so far. So if we can score, and more importantly, if they don't, because for them this is the away game, obviously. We do not want to give away a goal, because otherwise we need to score at their ground. I'd rather not do that. Weather seems to be fine too. I think the third. Oh no. Ooh. We got lucky here. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's there it is. Third round, first leg. And we will encourage again. So far it worked. We didn't create that many chances though. That said, we didn't give away many chances. So, great stuff. By Solstjavan. Good pass towards Ari. Nobody's there. Ari. And it's yet another corner. So, if we can get a win here, that would be fantastic. In particular, if we do not concede. Olszeni takes the corner. That's intercepted. Zakaria. That was intercepted, was it? Barry, Hendravan, nobody's there to mark him. We did defend this reasonably well though. Hoffman, Hamdani, and shots blocked. Seriously? Oh, come on. Infantry with the arrow and Pratana comes out to claim the ball. That's a misunderstanding in defense. Feels like Wales all over again. He misses the header. That's an error in communication. Just an error in communication. Where's Pranada's communication? It's freaking 6 points. I guess we could have expected that at some point. Not offside either. We've been really unlucky with that one though. Well, now we need to score somewhere. And the problem is if we score today, that's fine, but it will not change the result much. We need to score at their ground. So either we score 2 here, which is really hard. Let me know. It's not a bad ball, the defender's out of it. Yeah, that was the wrong decision. He also failed at making the header. Yeah, true. Then afterwards he should have cleared it and the goalkeeper should have stayed in goal. Rinaldi and Milana. It's just over. Well, I think he got the call from the goalkeeper in this situation, that the goalkeeper would come to claim the ball. So I think that's an error in communication at this point. But he still should have claimed it and just kicked it out. This is why I do not like goalkeepers with low communication. Well done this time. I wouldn't even argue that this is deserved. We had a good chance later on, once more, so we got really unlucky. On the other hand, we really need to improve with the shooting, that's true too. And I am not happy with the performance of the goalkeeper, neither with everybody that is below a 6.7, say. It may be a bit harsh. And for the rest of them, we will try to encourage them. A bit better. Let me put it that way, Mies. A taller central defender would probably just have got to that ball, and nothing would have happened. Also, Olszeni, by the way, doesn't do much up until now. Not like he's really great all of a sudden. Yeah, true. But how's his anticipation? It's 9. So he might have anticipated in the right manner. It might also have to do with the physicals. He anticipated that he was faster than whatever, or he anticipated that nobody would close down the ball, or I don't know. Something like this. Zakaria, it's intercepted. That's definitely not offside, but also outside of the pitch. Let's encourage them. Hope that they can find some... Hoffman, Hamdani. I think it's about organization of the defensive line. Hamdani with a long shot. No problem. In the end, with the exception of this error, we give away low-grade chances. It's not like we have a bad game. And if we open up too much, there's a second leg to this after all. Anshori finds Ari. It's offside. So Stjevan doesn't have a great game so far. Scored 2 times last time out, and now this. I guess Bari is a bit tired at least. Decent defender though. We definitely do not want to go through the middle anymore, that doesn't work. So we go down the right, down their left. And that's just a good ball. And a really embarrassing miss. We can be really happy with that one. So now I guess the argument can be made that this is deserved after all. Milana doesn't win the header. Rinaldi doesn't win the duel against Hoffman. It's another corner. 51st minute, and I think we can replace the striker at this point. He doesn't have a good game. In fact, he doesn't contribute at all. Zacharias corner. Well defended. Hoffman, Ari doesn't close down. Now it's good. And Ari just clears the ball. He should have ran with it. This goalkeeper is out of his goal too. Hoffman. And Dravan. Picked up by Ferdinand. And another corner. Alright. Let's see. We have Zico as another striker. He's not great as a striker. And that's it. Osheni doesn't know how to play there. So I guess Zico it is. He is considered to be a striker. Advanced forward doesn't sound bad though. So let's go away from... No, the Brazilian one is sold. The Brazilian one was way worse. Zico is Indonesian. 27-year-old, he's to me he's an inverted winger, but to be fair, he's in his core position he should be a striker. That is just a good dribbler after all. He has good heading and so on, but it doesn't matter much. So playing him as an advanced forward, he will roam a bit more from position than a poacher, I think, which could be a good thing, because in the central areas we will have a problem. Oh, I don't know about a real Zico. Sorry. Okay, I wouldn't know. In case you didn't figure it out yet, I have some knowledge of football, but not that much. Like, I know a few players and so on and so forth, but I do not know the entire history of football. Quite glad we didn't concede yet. Granata. Okay, I see. So I probably should know that legend. I didn't though. Our Zico though is through on goal. Oh come on. That was the chance. Milana. Picked up by Oseni. Oseni's cross doesn't end up anywhere. Other than with Barria and Zakaria. So nobody tell me we didn't have our chances. Osheni infantry, it's a penalty. Penalty. And Osheni will take the penalty. Do we want to change the player? How's his penalty taking it? It's 6? Osheni will take the penalty. His penalty taking is 6 after all. That's the best we can come up with. Oh god. It's in. Alright. Now we only need a second and then we are favorites for the next leg. Otherwise they are. Well, they would have been anyway. But this was not a great penalty. It's in though, no complaints. Banana seems tired and he doesn't have a good game so far. Andravan, that's well intercepted by infantry this time. Long ball towards Zico. Puts it through to Oseni. And it's well blocked, sadly. So, Milana is tired. Fired up, but tired. His match performance wasn't great. He was on a 6.4 rating. I guess the question is, do we want to bring on Isha? This would be their right defensive position. His jumping reach is a freaking 4 points. It's composure. The composure. I don't know. It has penalty taking and finishing in there, right? It's fine. Don't worry. I guess that should be a thing. Yes. On the other hand, a composure. I guess it's the. Oh, it has. Well, this is the standard skin, I think. So I didn't do anything. It's not in here. Well, my question is, this guy is really strong, but his jumping reach is really bad. So let's do some tactical tinkering, will we? Because this guy is not a good... He's more of an attacking midfielder. Oseni scored after all, but it doesn't matter much. We can bring him on. Isha for Milana. And we will not play him as a winger. We will play him as a... Where's wide target forward here? As a wide target forward. Holding up the ball. Well, his strength is not that great, is it? We will still do it. Holding up the ball. dribbling less, getting further forward. Yeah, why not? Because he might the other guy has jumping reach 4. He's way taller. So if we feed him with high balls, I am not sure if this is the way it should be done though. I'm not saying it's wrong. I just don't know about that. Alright, that's a team talk. Let's do this. Get out there and do it. Also, there's an ad coming up. I will snooze that this time out. Yeah, has been snoozed for 5 minutes. Great. In case you didn't figure it out yet, I figured out how the ad manager works. But, it has been quite the adventure. Great stuff, Oseni. Put it to the back of the net. Ari, it's in. It's in. That makes us favorites for the second leg. That goalkeeping was... yeah. Zico doesn't win the header, Oseni skips past everybody, and Ari puts it in on the goalkeeper. You have to... This is entirely full of irony, I hope. Because the goalkeeping was really bad. He should have caught that one. He was there. And that finish was really bad. So now we're happy with it. So far. Good stuff. Now we do not have to score in the next leg. But if we score, it makes us strong favorites. Because all of a sudden they need to score 3. We just can't concede in this match. But overall we're happy with this. This is fine. Anchori is really tired. We have a third person that can be replaced. Nice pass towards Zico. Zico, it's safe. I'm not complaining with Zico's performance. That's fine. We can be happy with it. Isvayudi, Iman, Hoffman. Some of these names do not feel familiar. Imam, for example. Yeah, we should probably replace somebody here, but I don't think we have anyone that can play in these positions. We just don't have. The only one we had, we sold him because he was utter rubbish in the under-21s. We got rid of him immediately. So, let's have a look at Imam. How's Imam doing? He is not that strong, doesn't have good dribbling. He is a midfielder. His passing and off-the-ball movement aren't that great. Well, his passing is good. So we should probably mark him tightly and tackle him hard. You know, we didn't get a single yellow card in this match. Might as well take the game to them. At least strength-wise. Ariono. Praseteo, Bari, Zakaria. Bari, Imam, Preseccio probably. Imam wins the duel. Bari. Oh no, I'll read it in a second. Well saved by Pranata. Okay, So you sell your best player, and then you find a replacement. If they want to offer 7.5 mil, well, or you just take it back and ask for even more. How much money you need? Second good save by Pranata. Zico, nothing happens. Oh. Well, just decline the transfer, I think. Or live with it. Well saved by Pranata. So we have a third substitute. We should use it. I don't know whom and where, but we should use it. Probably in midfield, though. Osheni is tired, so I guess he makes an appearance after all here. We do not play with a wide target man anymore, we play with a classical winger on attack duty here. Isha can come on in the midfield. $600k in interest? This is horrible. See the result through. Also snooze the ad again. I want us to go through this match. And we replace the team once more. We gave away another good chance. Still, we should also probably waste time, like always, in this situation. Great goalkeeping by Pranata. Will he find Zico? No, he doesn't. Ronaldo though. Isha. Ferdianzia. Doesn't skip past this man. Ariato. And that's... well, he should have picked up that ball. He didn't anticipate it though. Zakaria. Bari. Bari with a cross from deep, picked up by Imam. It's not great defending, but we didn't concede. We stand a chance, at least for now. Pranata. Fernanda. Arianto clears for the corner. We will go with very high tempo now, and the more direct passing is fine. Just to unsettle them in defense. Maybe we can score a third on the counter. I do not expect it. They dominate the game very much now. Well done. It's another corner though. Zakaria puts in the corner. Pranata's there to claim the ball. And now we are in waste some time mode. Prayoga. Infantry, well intercepted this time. Bari. Cross from deep, Anshori, Isha. Ari. With another nice ball towards Zico. Zico! He should have scored. If only his finishing would be a little bit better. Just a tiny little bit. Infantry well intercepted. Anshori, Ari. Another... all of them. It's always all of them with the new gen manager. I preserved the old ones though. And we get another corner. So, all of these are... Well, all of them are replaced, that's the wrong statement. Every new gen's phase that didn't have a replacement yet should be replaced. That said, the entire application is a bit shaky. Yeah. And the 16-year-old is not with us this time out. It's a great application, to be fair. It's really good. I'm really happy that they did that together. It was teamwork after all. Obviously, Sealand didn't do the technical stuff, so. But still, I think it's a good approach to do this as a team and then bring that stuff to the live environment. In fact, I think this should be the default for Football Manager in the future. They should include the application and get rid of the eggheads. Because, you know, the 3D models that they generate are ugly anyway. I realize that this is some people's life work, probably, but so it's a bit unfair to say their work is ugly. But in comparison to the AI-generated faces, they do not stand a chance. That's just the way it is. Free kick, it's offside. 3.5 minutes to go. Can we make it? Bari, Hendravan, Shahan, Rinaldi doesn't pick up the ball, Infantry does, and goes with a straightforward ball. I didn't. I am not on Twitter, in case you didn't figure that out yet. Your ad is about to start in 57 seconds. That's another thing. Snooze it again. Ari. Ferdianzia. Ari wins the header. Anshori loses the opportunity to go for the shot. Infantry, Rinaldi. Will we try to score a third? Is it offside? Ari, it's not offside. It's not a third attempt. It's not an attempt at a third goal though. Rinaldi. Seiko doesn't win the header. Zakaria. Was it offside? It wasn't. Bari. Come on, close him down. Okay. That's a ball from deep towards Zakaria. It would have gone in, but it's offside. We will praise him once more, given that this is a set piece. And then we're done. I think that should be the game. Hopefully. I didn't see that Twitter post at all. But I guess it's always relative. They improved in relation to last season, I think. But or it's just trolling. Might have been just trolling. Well, we won. It was a bit undeserved. Maybe, but we won. Well, is there nobody in the youth team that you could play? Let's praise the team. Good stuff. Nobody in particular needs to have some special treatment. All right. You know what's going on. I need to do this. Be right back. We made it. First leg of the cup competition is in our favor. Not bad. Not bad. So, I guess the cup story continues. That's good. Which makes us slight favorites. Also, the next leg is the away game. So, we should stand a chance there. Given that if we score, we are very strong favorites. If we score one time, next time out, they need to score 3. Is that true? Yeah, it is. Well, no, it is not. Well, whatever. They need to, yeah, sure, they need to score 3 to win. So. By the way, Mies, in case you're still around, want to have a look at this player? I thought to myself, let me just try to print that, and I'll put it on Discord. Where is it? In the case of Sukipto, I'm really thinking we should use him as a ball-winning midfielder. I know he doesn't know how to play there, but he has the attributes for it. He's not that much of a jumper, his strength is a bit better. He will not be much of a jumper given his size, but he has aggression, he has a good tackle. He's brave. He's lacking composure. Sure. So I guess there's stuff that a ball-winning midfielder could do with. But otherwise, I think he's totally fine. And I'd rather look for a replacement in the central defense. Well done, Ferdiancia. Ferdiancia. I will butcher this time and time again. Well, Ferdiancia made his debut for the club. Great. So his story is off to a great start. Oshini came on, and we had a win. And he scored the penalty. Also, he brought on an assist, so I guess playing the foreign player made him a difference after all. For that amount of money, though, I will not keep him around just for cup competitions. I just won't do that. Going back to your winger topic, are you willing to share? What's needed? What's the problem? Are they not available, or are they all too expensive? Next match is also cup competition, right? The next match is also the cup competition. And we do every single match preparation that's available. So I guess that makes it a low knee situation, right? Also, in case you are trying to save money, so this is not the way I usually do it, but you might want to have a look into finance and the youth setup. If the youth setup is like, you gotta make a decision. Either you spend a lot on the youth setup. Let me just show you. Here. Somewhere here should be the youth setup. Here it is. So this club's youth setup is 55k per season. And as you can see, sometimes there's small gaps. But if you want to reconsolidate financials long term, it might be a good idea to get rid of the scouting, the youth setup, and so on and so forth. It really depends on how much the costs are relative to your club's overall expenditure or income, if you want to put it that way. But I think these screens are somewhat helpful actually in determining where you can save. In fact, I'm willing to go through this right now. It's probably the most boring stuff ever, but if you look at player wages, for example, they went down. Yeah. Um, I see. I see. So in that case, you need to get rid of expensive wages. Or you need additional wage budget. Good luck getting that. But usually it's a case of getting rid of those that are overpaid. Okay, I see. Yeah, the wage budget probably got reduced. Because, yeah. Um, you are well aware of this, but the concept behind this is the wage structure. And if considering you are selling a star player, probably a lot of money will be free. But on the other hand, you cannot replace him with a star player anymore, because you cannot, you don't have the money to pay a star player. So the end result is that you need to employ somebody that is substandard, and that might not be good enough to get to your goals, right? But on the other hand, like he is 1 or 2 points less than a star player, but maybe his wage is like half of it. If you sign somebody that's just okay-ish with some potential, or I don't know. Sometimes you find players that are okay-ish with a good personality, and at the age of 25 or something, they still develop the odd attribute point if you play them, but not that much. On the other hand, stuff is sorted for now. So sometimes these decisions can be fine. Like, I will just come up with him again. In his case, I do not know about his wage demands in the future yet, but I know that 300 per week are not that much for this level. Or, I don't know. It shouldn't be. So we can keep him, because I expect him to develop a little bit. And even if he doesn't develop much, or even if the ball-winning midfielder concept that I was talking about doesn't work, he's still fine in central defense, and I want him around the squad. So I can keep him for that amount of money. Now, if they would pay him 1k, I would get rid of him immediately. Or try to reduce his wages. Like, this is something that needs to be done. So it's a management simulation after all, right? You can also maybe try to reduce wages by renegotiating contracts for the entire squad. Maybe you did that, maybe you didn't, but you might get closer to your financial goals that way. That's basically the same as in private budgeting. If your personal budget, for example, is excessive, you also have to have a look at every one of those. Huckleberry Finn is back again. Welcome back to the stream, sir. Well, I guess that means you wrap up your own. I'm very grateful for you to pick me, though. Last time out we were in Wales, right? Last time you showed up. All right, I see. So our form is great. So we are good here, more or less. I did join this club though 2 matches ago. So we are in Indonesia right now. We got fired in Wales. Stuff happens, but Indonesia, I'm told, is a rare occasion. We won our last league game. I'll just show you. We won our last league game against Barito Putra, which is number 1. And we won it by 3 goals, so I'm quite happy with that. We also won the cup game right now against Arema FC, which is a first league team, and we are in second league. So we can be quite happy with that. The problem is, we are new here, and I don't want to make sweeping changes, but on the other hand, league rules are a bit interesting. I don't know, did any of your viewers, did any one of you ever manage in Indonesia? hold up your hand if you did. Well, I will probably not see that though. The rules in Indonesia are kind of weird. We will have a second. Where is it? We will have a second phase. We are qualified for that second phase, and in that second phase, we will play the other teams here twice. Then top spot goes to the final. That is entirely meaningless. This is well, I wouldn't know. So I guess your viewers are quite fond of that area. Okay, I see. So my reasoning for now is I want to get promoted, and afterwards we will see. Usually I'm a loyal guy that is loyal until, we get fired. That happened twice now within the save, so I guess we will do it a third time. Yeah. This team has a decent stadium size, but with the money, I'm not so sure. I don't know. The financials don't look that great. We are like 500k in the red. Yeah, it's 600 now. That said, sponsorship income is something, but it's more or less about the finish in the league. If we get promoted, everything's fine. Because promotion, I think, is like 1 million, if I'm not mistaken. Let's have a look. It's not. Still, we play a few games and about 250k if we get promoted. If we don't, well, this is for sure now. We are guaranteed to go into the second phase with the league win. So we will go up, or we will have a chance to go up. We might stay in the league if we do not finish at least in the second spot. And if we finish in the second spot, well, then we need to go through the playoffs. So I guess the mindset is go into the second phase and go up. I see. So you basically splash the cash and afterwards you abandon ship. That sounds like a reasonable business decision. Also feels like real football management for some reason. So I guess you get extra points for being realistic. You should try the Hamburger Sportverein at some point, or maybe Schalke, or also probably in Stuttgart. Spending money you don't have seems like a reasonable choice there. Okay, I'm not interested in this. So, I don't know. Does anyone have any questions? Crescik United. Okay. I will need to have a look. They must be within our league, right? That said, it's 2029, so I don't know. Maybe some teams have left the league. There it is. They are in League 2. And they are 4th. So I guess we will not play them. In our world, they got relegated and now they will not go back up. Which probably tells us about their finances too. Because their players will, yeah. They spend some money on players. Well, what can you do? That's the way it is here. Yeah. So, to give you an overview of the squad in case you're interested, we have, I think we should rather do it this way. We have one goalkeeper that is a bit expensive, but he's okay-ish. We have one youth goalkeeper that will leave. We do not need him. Yeah. If you spend the money, sure. But I'm always trying to be the other way about this. I think you know about this by now. I might have told you last time you rated me. Basically, I'm usually want to look out for finances too, and that gets me into trouble because it's a problem with the good deed. If the club has money at some point, they expect you to spend it and finish up higher in the footballing pyramid. And I have bigger problems with that actually than with the saving. So yeah, I'm kind of the other way. That doesn't mean that I cannot see the appeal in spending the money. I just do not like to spend it if I can keep it. So yeah. But a really unambitious chairman would probably suit me just nicely. You know, incremental improvement for me. The other player that's worth mentioning here is probably Ases Hosseini. Ases Hosseini is a foreign player, so he cannot play in the Indonesian league, and he has transfer arranged. It was that way once we came in here. And then last but not least, I want to show you our 16-year-old Shadow Striker. He has a face now. True. You're entirely right with that, Mies. So you gotta learn how to spend at some point. I'm a big fan of investing in permanent improvements, though. So training center, you've set up that stuff, because over several seasons that will improve the circumstances of the club for sure. And at some point, it's a logical consequence for them to go up. So I like to do it that way. You can, I don't know, I guess it is akin to fundamental investing, if you want to see it that way. Yeah, going back to this guy though, this is a 16-year-old that scored in the league game, and I wouldn't say wonder kid, but he's lighthearted and unflappable, so not the horrible personality either. We don't know for sure. So we're trying to get him to be a better personality and plan in the long term with him. I didn't negotiate this contract, this was done that way. Hopefully he can develop a little bit. And I would definitely play him as a Shadow Striker in the future, which, well, then we have a bit of a problem though with the striker. In the striker position we have some poachers, they are fine. It's not a big problem. But I'd rather have a big man there. So target man, deep lying forward, something like this. And big man in Indonesia is kind of hard to get. So there's a problem there. They still run 36k for the clause. Alright. Well, we will put it to 62. Because, you know, for fun. That's fine. And now we will get him in on loan. And if we use the clause or not, I don't know yet. 62k though is a bit much. Maybe we can renegotiate that after having him in on loan for a year. That said, I think long term that would be a reasonable signing. Let's have a look at him again. We will probably play him like this. And his traits are, he moves the ball to the right foot before dribbling, avoids using weaker foot. I'm not too fond of that with you know, he has a reasonable left foot after all. And he likes the ball played into the feet. He's not a good header, he's not that strong. So that seems fine. Overall though, this is a well-rounded player, and in a wingback position I like that. And we are definitely missing on the right wingback position, so this is a good addition to the squad, I think. Salim will join another club. Do we need him? We do not need him anymore. Thirteen will go into international competitions. That's... wow. Wow. Yeah, on youth recruitment, I do not think you need to oversave. It's a case of middle of the road, I think. It should be appropriate. And appropriate can be very different things for very different people. It really depends. So, what did we do with Salim? He's sold. He's not worth anything. Well, he's not sold. He signed for another club. And I don't even care. I don't want him with the club long term. Also, this menu is still, I don't know. But we have enough replacements here. We will probably not play Milana there, but we have 2 players here. And the loanee we brought in is the one that plays so far, so Salim can go. I'd rather have get rid of him. Balance and media friendly is not a great personality either. So let's try to sell him immediately. Goodbye. There we go. He's gone. I think so too, yeah. I wouldn't cut the youth recruitment in that situation either, Mies. I think that's totally fine, Mies. I also, youth recruitment is one of these areas that I'm willing to spend on. It should be paired with a good head of youth development, though. And, you know, one with a good personality, so you do not get, like, a bunch of unambitious, unprofessional players all the time. If you can make sure about that, oh yeah, we do not have a data analyst. If you can make sure that this is the case, then you will probably be fine. There's not much reason to change much, right? The crossing probably can permanently be on low crosses. We do not have good jumpers up front. Otherwise, I was happy with the performance last time out. So we can just go forward. And I don't know, you all can tell me about your saves. Mises in Brazil right now. Great. Yes. What kind of international competitions is this, though? Is this like South American Cup XYZ? Yeah, great. Okay. So is there any money to be had there? So I guess it's highly unlikely that you do not end up there as long as you do not get relegated, right? That's basically the chest. So you can plan with that money? Well, okay, the winner. But I would never plan with being a winner in a cup competition. There's clubs that do that on a repeated basis, and I do not think that it's a good choice. We are trying to get rid of this guy. I don't care about his potential or whatever. With a casual personality, no way. I will not have that amount of professionalism in my squad. And there's 2 of those. They need to make a decision prior to the transfer window closing, and then we will sell them immediately if we can, and get rid of them. I do not have replacement for all of them, but I'd rather play a youth player than somebody with a casual personality. Any youth player, really. 3 mil is fine, though. You can argue that you can argue that it's worth it, right? To spend like 2 mil up front just to make it to the competitions, and it's a highly likely scenario. So, yeah. Obviously, you'd rather not overspend. Your interest is really high down there. So that's a big problem. The cost of leverage seems to be really high in Brazil. I don't think it's that high here. Or is it? Where is it? Expenditure, where are interest payments? I must be blind. Well, it's not a state loan, yeah, but... Oh, we have a bank loan too. Yep. So we are not 500k in the red, or 600. We are 1 million in the red. I should probably try to get promoted and afterwards, you know, a season of financial reconsolidation maybe. Yeah, it's 3.8k per month only. Sure. That's an annuity though. And the remaining interest is only 35k. So that's 10% over 10 years. That's nothing. That's nothing. The interest rate here is really low. So trade loan. No problem. We should probably get rid of the principal though at some point. Alright. For the new ones, this is Tegar infantry. He's one of our better central defenders. It pains me to say. And we decided he's probably he's a leader. He's club captain, I think. Yes, he is. And we decided we need some sort of basis for the squad. So, given that the only problems with him are bad heading, bad composure, and a lack of strength, but he can compensate for those, more or less, in most circumstances anyway, and given that he's club captain, we renegotiated his contract. Now we do not pay him 1.1k anymore, we pay him 825, and he wanted a 2-year contract. That said, I think this decision is okay-ish. If we get promoted, and if we do not get promoted, we still reduced his wage. Also, he might be staff member later on, I don't know. Depends. I'm not too fond of the personality though, so if anyone comes in and makes a big offer for him, he might go. And now Zico is injured. That's bad. That's bad, because we do not have a replacement for the striker. Well, we can play one of the casual ones, or I guess we can bring along Santoso. I do not want to give him injections though, so let's leave him to the physio. Great! 109 million! This is entirely you, it feels to me. So, for somebody that lives in Dortmund, I think you live there, right? For somebody from the Ruhrport that is a Dortmund fan, you certainly like to do football management the Schalke style. It certainly looks that way. You really like to be in the red. Why did you pick that club again? Sure, 7.5 would help. So did you offer for 7.5 straight? Because sometimes they are willing to overpay if you stretch the payments. And if you are in it for the long run, maybe it would be a better idea to sell him for 8.5 or 9. You know? I see. That's not too bad. I'm a big fan of stretching out the payments, because that lowers expectations, because you don't have the money yet. But on the other hand, it leverages it leverages the value of the transfer over the long term, if you want to put it that way. And so over the long term, despite not performing great or whatever, you can have repeated attempts at doing whatever you need to do, if you don't need the money right now. That's just the way I see things. So I always play the long game. To my own fault, that is. Or to my own detriment. I guess in real life as well as in Football Manager. I will probably plan for my retirement in real life too, at the age of 85. Sell-on fees are always great, especially if the player is sold for that much money. It depends a bit, but it's reasonable that he will get sold on at some point. So if you have a sell-on fee. With squad management, I feel like we are a bit behind here. He's 23. Yeah, so in that case, he will probably sell on. So the transfer window is closing. We should probably have a look at the squad again. I know that we just did in this stream, but we should have a look. What's needed? What's reasonable transfers? Just who we really need. For example, in his case, I do not think we really need him. And there's some shortlisted players that are near their end of contract. Valida has a tight calf. I don't care much. That's fine. Oh. Okay. So, short break. I will get some fresh water and I'll be back afterwards. 1.5 minutes. Okay, so we got that. I have water. This guy is bound to be sold anyway. In fact, I want to get rid of him immediately. I just want him to make a decision. These might be interesting. So let's have a look at those. But I have a slight problem that none of these is Indonesian. Yeah, they can go off the shortlist immediately. We cannot sign them here. And I will not populate the shortlist to keep it up until we join another club. So let's get rid of those. Cool. So much for that. In other areas, do we want to do a squad planning together? Planning for the future? At least for the short-term future. Okay? Let's do this. So, Rahman, if we can find a replacement for a goalkeeper that is on less than 120 euros per week, Rahman is not one that I want to keep. So we are looking for a loanee, and then we will sell Rahman immediately to his future club, because I don't care. All right, first goalkeeper. We need a goalkeeper on loan. Most of these here might be loan moves, but we can also do it this way. We are looking for a goalkeeper. That's wrong. Here, I don't care much about the rest. We are strictly looking for a replacement. So backup role. He's unambitious. I'd rather not have him here. He's on the shortlist for some reason. Because he's fairly pro. Yeah, I remember. He is fairly pro and outspoken. I'm not fond of outspoken as a media handling, but otherwise, that's not bad. Do we get him on loan? We can't. On the other hand, this is a goalkeeper that I would be willing to sign on a permanent basis. Probably. We do not know if we will go up yet. So, say we do not want to offer too much money for him, right? His contract runs out. We will take him if they pay us for it. That's what I thought. Okay. So we would need to pay some money for him. That's not great. On the other hand, to have him in earlier is probably not a bad decision. But I'd rather not do that right now. I'm looking for somebody that is for free. He's not great personality-wise. He asked to leave and is listed. Can probably do it this way. A low-knee goalkeeper. Well, and then there's a lot of other stuff that we don't know about. So I guess one of those could come in. How's he? Unambitious. Great. He might be Indra after all. He's not a horrible choice to have around for the remainder of the season. We cannot loan him in though. Can we? Contract needs to run at least for an additional year. Can we have that in here? So the expiry date is on or after, and it's not 2029. Should be in 2030 somewhere. That should be better. Oh no, we need this to be after July 2030. So after the 1st of July 2030. Yeah, that's not that many players, right? So one of these would be able to come in on loan, I think. He's unambitious, we had him. Yusara, unambitious guy too. Hillman, balanced, not much better than ours, not much worse than ours. Can we get him for free? Yes, we can, and he would be back up. I stand by this. That's fine. So, assuming we get him in, we can sell the other guy immediately. Great. A few euros saved. Every euro counts, right? So, in that case, we would sell Raman. We would just sell him. I don't care much about the driven personality, and then we can sell him immediately. I don't want to do it right now. It depends on if the loan happens. So, there's that. We add Hillman to the shortlist. And then we can get rid of, well, from the shortlist, and then we can get rid of Raman. That's not a long-term signing, though. We just add him as a backup for whatever, the next 12 months. And afterwards, well, either he all of a sudden develops and has a good personality, which is unlikely to happen, or we just get rid of him. We just need a replacement for the remainder of the season in case Pranata gets injured. In case that happens, though, you know, we will probably not go up. On the other hand, if we compare Pranata to Hillman, which we should have done in the first place, yeah, I guess Pranata has a good shot stopper. Hillman isn't. It's a wash, more or less. So, seeing that we pay him 700 euros per week, we can probably be happy to get somebody in for free that is on a similar level. It's not great, but it's okay-ish. For the remainder of the season, Validain will probably remain. There's no reason to sell him. We can trigger the clause in case we want to. He's really expensive though, so there is a reason to sell him. That said, he's a long-standing squad member, I think. Where is it? He's a highly influential player. And we are lacking in central defense, he says. Sure. We brought this guy in because he's cheap. Doesn't cost us much. And he can play there in the back. Riza Sima Tupang. I'm getting used to it right now. In this position, we have infantry and Sukipto. We do need an digital central defender. You know, we play with two. We do not have a replacement here. I don't like that. So we will need to look for a central defender. And on the left side, there's Utama. Milana doesn't belong here. I don't feel that's viable. There's Utama as well as Arianto, so that's fine. Alright, let's settle the central defense affair. We need a central defender. And we need it for this season. So we can go about it in different ways. Either we find a young prospect, that would be the ideal situation, or we find somebody that can just play there for the remainder of the season. So a 5-month loan, for example. We could probably also go through these. But how is he? Feel free to post it on the Discord. He is shit but cheap. I see. I guess that's part of football management, right? He is shit but cheap. So, assuming we take a lone player. How about this one? That's from direct opponent. He's not that fast. He's a good jumper though. Positioning is fine. Heading, marking, and tackling are fine. As far as I can tell, mentals are okay-ish. He doesn't have much else. He doesn't have traits. He does have contract until the end of 2031. If they... 7 crossing. Well, 7 crossing is better than nothing, right? Obviously, for your league level, it's probably not good enough, but let's try to bring him in. I also wanna... We don't know. I also want to include a future fee here. If I can get one. So, say he's a squad player. I think that's reasonable in central defense. Infantry and Sculpture will be the first ones. But it's reasonable. Okay. So, we do want to be able to terminate a loan, and we want him to be able to play in cup matches. We also want to include an... He's interested. Great. So we include an optional future feature for €0, which will not go down well with his current club, but we'll try. They want 64k for him. He's worth like 5. That's all good here. Sure, okay. So we will put this down to a squad player, remove this in case we play him somewhere else, and put this at 40k and hope for the best. Doesn't go that way. I guess 60 it is. And we will make an offer. I will probably not buy this guy though, not for that amount of money. It just doesn't feel reasonable. That said, I want to bring him in on loan. 12 months is fine. We can also do until the remainder of the season, but why not plan for the next season alongside it? We can just finish the loan earlier, in case we do not like it. So then we have a central defender. He's not great, but it's something. For the remainder of the season. This position, I'm not fond of playing a Segundo Volante anyway. On the other hand, we have Rinaldi here. Infantry and Ashari don't belong here. Infantry is central defender. and he cannot do that. Not if being forced to. And Anshori is a last-ditch effort in signing a ball-winning midfielder at all. He doesn't belong here either. So we need some sort of playmaker, I guess. Segundo Volante would be fine too. Can we find somebody in defensive midfield that we want to sign at all? Might be on transfer too, because this is also a long-term thing. So I don't care about the contract length. Sure. We have this guy available as a deep-lying playmaker. We thought about that previously. He's balanced and media friendly. Available on loan. So in case there's nobody else that comes up, we'll probably try to get him in. We also need a defensive midfielder. I'm not so sure if I want to have somebody that tries long-range passes. He isn't a great passer. He's good enough though. So it's not like this is horrible. It really depends. Who is him? He's unambitious. I would rather not have him in the squad. And also his tackling wasn't that great, was it? No, his tackling was 6. I would rather not have a ball-winning midfielder with 6 points of tackling. Alifan, that is good tackling. Not a great personality though, with the low determination. Nah, overall I'm not convinced. There's a few on the shortlist here. This one's not too bad for a ball-winning midfielder. Contract runs for a while. We could have another youth signing here. Driven is not bad. Eco, ambitious, that's even better. So bringing him in feels entirely reasonable. To me at least. Not very much interest in a permanent transfer. He is suspiciable to injuries. For the remainder of the season, not a problem. Let's bring him in. Forget about the clause. Squad player, none of this has been agreed upon. Play against your own team. We want to be able to finish the loan. And we can have him here. Sure. I'm not opposed to having a third ball-winning midfielder in the squad either. It's not necessarily needed though. Depends a bit. This guy, for example, I want him long-term. But if we can get him in right now... Resolute is really hard to get in Indonesia, it seems. At least for now. And he's resolute and level-headed, so why not use him? So let's make an offer. By the way, is any one of you aware of how it works? If we sign him immediately, without negotiations with his current club, they will be entitled for compensation, right? How much compensation is that? Does anyone know? Are we talking like 5k? Or are we talking we paid him 100k in compensation? We can probably find out if we try, right? Okay, he doesn't want to join anyway. Compensation would be 195k. So there's that. Alright, still looking for a playmaker. This isn't one either. So I guess we sign him. There's still a limit to the loanees. Gotta be careful with that. Rules. Does it say that we cannot have... There's a maximum of 6 foreign-based players over the age of 22 allowed on loan at a time. And a maximum of 6 players over the age of 22 allowed out on loan. Doesn't matter. Oh, that's for the cup competition though. I don't think we have a problem with loan players. If I'm not mistaken, we can have a club entirely consisting of loan players. So I guess that makes it a viable option to sign him on loan. And same here. We can have him for free. So that settles the affair for, if we can get him, that is. That settles the affair for the Segundo Volante / playmaker position. We will probably use the playmaker at that point. We have enough options in attacking midfield. We brought one in, actually. Iravan will go. He will leave the club, so he can get off that list. Imbiri is still around. That's our youngster. And then we have Osheni and Isha. Osheni cannot play in the league. He's a foreign player. He has transfer arranged. We keep him around for the cup competition, and afterwards he will leave. I don't know. It's weird to sign players only for the cup competitions. And the winger positions, so we play with regular wingers here. Ari is fine for that position so far. He's pacey, he's got good dribbling, and to be fair, his performances haven't been that bad, especially not in the last 2 matches. I'm happy with that. He scored in both of those. Now, he had 3 assists and he scored, but still, that's viable. Santoso, I'm not too fond of so far. We will probably keep him for the remainder of the season, which means that we do not need to get rid of anyone, or we do not need to sign anyone. We have a secondary choice here. Zico is considered the third option here, and Rizaldi, I consider him to be more one for the left wing. He's an old guy in decline. We will keep him for the remainder of the season. On the other hand, Zico is really friggin' expensive. It's Rizaldi, sorry. Rizaldi is really expensive. Technically gifted for this level, but expensive. .95 rating this season. So if we want to sell Rizaldi immediately, we could. He's a highly influential player, though. Nah, I have my problems with that. On the left wing, it's the same situation. There's really no reason to go through these. Ari is available, yeah, we know. Zico is available, we know. Both of these are not great poachers. They do have good dribbling. So Listjevan is the one that we will probably play most of the time. He's an experienced guy, right? Santoso can play as a striker. Irawan and Falida will leave. These are the casuals. Could we do with another striker? Yeah, we could. But not for the short term. We could do with another striker for the long term. So, assuming we find one, that, especially if it's a different kind of striker, right? People that know me at this point know that I love to have some sort of big man up front. Not necessarily a target man though, but in case that happens, yeah, target man is fine too. So can we find a striker? They usually come for cheap, as you know. So I guess we will need to have a look if somebody is available. These are all poachers. Not too fond of that. He has the right trait, also no body composition whatsoever to play big man. He's got good jumping reach, I like that. But feels like a winger. Runs with the ball down the right, plays short simple passes and likes to lob the keeper. Not strong, good size though. As a target forward he would probably not do, not for me. And he's not technically gifted that much. But that's the wrong guy. Still, passing 5. The other one had passing 3. I'm not even bothered looking at him again. Saiful. That's as weak as it gets. So, definitely not the striker type I'm looking for. Bruce Lee, decent jumping reach for this, this league. Otherwise, I'm not that convinced. We should probably restrict it to stronger players. Then again, I'm willing to make a sacrifice here and there. Him, for example, he's considered to be a target forward. Good jumper. Really tall, bad personality though. That's not one to sign, that's for sure. So, let's go with an attribute filter here. And I will try a deep lying forward first. These are hard to come by though. Okay. Yeah, I guess. We could also play a really old guy in decline in striker position that is really slow. But no. I think we were here. No through balls and dives into tackles. That's weird. Nah. I'm not convinced by that. What about attributes for a target forward? I should probably restrict the amount of attributes that we want. That's Idris. Yeah, we've been here. Okay, so I guess we can restrict the count. Maybe include the attribute values, increase the attribute values a little bit. That's a bit better. It still includes a few poachers. Aziz, he's not tall. That's not a big man either. Well, if they do not want to give you money, that's the way it is. Right? These are all League 2 strikers. He's really small, so he will not be the one. He's also really small and also really old. In fact, these are all old guys. You do? I don't know. That feels like a very general statement. Okay, I cannot say for sure. So we need a striker. And we will not find one right now. But long term, we need a striker. Which reminds me, we also can ask the director of football, right? Well, we do not have a director of football. Can you imagine a target forward? No. Not in any way, it seems. Maybe some sort of deep lying forward? That's better. Let me guess. What? This is considered to be a deep lying forward? I'm confused. Well, he has vision and sun passing. His balance is okay. His jumping reach is absolute rubbish. His strength could do with some improvement, and some is a slight understatement. But technically he's okay, and he has really good mentals, with the exception of concentration and bravery. I guess we bring him in on a trial. If we can, that is. Otherwise, we scout him. Free transfer for deep lying forward, maybe? Not available. I see. Yeah, it's hard to get him into shape there. I see. I see. So you have to plan for that for next season if you're still around. That's not easy. That offer got rejected. So let's put him to the shortlist for now. I see. I can certainly see the reasoning there. Alright. Don't forget to have a drink, everyone. And wherever you are throughout the planet, hopefully you have a great day. Oh, we need to run another ad. Sorry. I'll be back in a minute. Alright, here we go. You didn't miss much. Yeah, because he is. This is one of the great things of Football Manager. He is annoyed that you want to sell him, and then he is so annoyed that you want to sell him that he is annoyed by you, and then he will leave anyway. It can go the other way around though. If you take a step back and do not sell him, he might be happy too. In a way, this is fine. It's kind of funny though how it works. Can we expect any business? Yeah, definitely. Oh, you promised him? Okay. That's even better. So you promised him not to offer him out, but now he wants to go anyway because they pay him more. Great! Great! Uh, they responded to the offer. That's a sender break. Sure. You know what? I don't care. As long as we are not expected to play him as a regular starter. I don't care about the money. We will do it like this as long as I don't have to pay his wages. Sure, we're developing other players, but, you know, other clubs' players, but who cares? How do you feel your squad could be improved in terms of positions? Probably central defender. Probably, yes. This is the way it works. They are just unreasonable, but I feel like this is quite realistic from that perspective. Um, sure, they do not want you to sell the most important players. They want you to make money, and they want you to perform. It feels like industry standard. This is not football specific though. Everybody expects you to perform, improve in comparison to last year, and do so with less money and less risk if you're doing it right. And that's just entirely. I wouldn't say it's impossible, but it's very unlikely to do that on a repeated basis. And decision making goes. A good decision making goes out the door immediately. I don't think I want him. Okay, we have 39 loan targets. Potential loan targets. I'm not interested in him. Dani Putra? That's not too bad as a loan target. I do not necessarily agree with the ball-winning midfielder assessment. And, well, we play an attacking midfielder on support duty, so he should be fine here. That would be okay. I want to compare him to our foreign player. It's Aziz Hosseini, right? Yeah, Hosseini is much better, though. So, Putra is probably a bit overrated. That said, I like him overall, especially due to being a fairly professional player. Well, now you have a mutiny on your hands, and good luck resolving that. I know the feeling. So in general, I'm interested in this. So he can rot in a under 21s or under 23. Sure. He curls balls. He's a good poacher. We do not need an additional poacher. At least it doesn't feel that way right now. So I'm not really interested. He's unambitious. And I do not like him very much. Not interested. He's resolute. Yeah, for some reason he's on the shortlist. Yeah, but then again, the captain can be replacement, and hopefully he will not be annoyed for the remainder of the season. Because otherwise you need to remove the captaincy too and demote a probably important player to the squad in the hierarchy. Or in I guess the dynamics, if you want to put it that way. So you got a decision to make. Do you want to rely on him or do you want to get rid of him long term? So I would like to bring him in, but they want money for him. As a loan target, he's not good enough, I think. Long-term development, sure. He can tend to be fickle. Doesn't look that interesting to me. We have better, I think. Ruma Ropen. Aris Ruma Ropen. That's not bad. Not bad at all. Probably one for the shortlist though. We are done with wingers for this season. Nah, we do not need to bring somebody in on loan in this position, I think. There's a Fipriato. He's unambitious. I'd rather not have an unambitious goalkeeper. Thank you very much. He's balanced. He has some interest in a permanent deal. I do not, though, due to the attributes. Not like this. He's spirited. I think we were trying to bring him in. In fact, this is ongoing. Yeah, we're trying to bring him in on loan. And afterwards, I'm also interested in a permanent deal here for my league. So that's definitely a plus. Olifan, no. I think I had a look at this. He's fast. I like that. Also has good traits. Then again, we do not need a winger right now, so this can go. Perdana. Problem is we find somebody that's better, so he's okay-ish. Fairly sporting as well as media friendly. That's not a great personality. It's not horrible though. And as a wingback, played on defend duty. Nah, he's not great. Ramadan, Yudi Ramadan, right-footed, playing on the left. That could work. Why not? We would probably play him here. I'm not impressed though. That said, he's tactically he's very different from a tactical point of view. So that could be a good idea. Might be a bit overrated though. I don't know. Not really interested. He's driven. Driven is good. Overall, I'm also happy with the attribute composition. That's why he's on the short list. He's susceptible to injuries though, so probably not a long-term signing. I don't know. Let's move on. Same with him. We are trying to bring him on as a playmaker position. There's no use in looking at him specifically once more. He's unambitious. So, even though he's a decent winger with decent crossing. Oh, he's an inverted winger. Unambitious and unflappable. So, same here. This is a long-term signing to me. I do not like the personality, but he's 17. So, we might change it a little bit at least. He might have decent professionalism, emphasis on might, or we teach him. So I guess we can add him to the shortlist and look at him later on. He has low levels of determination. Good jumper. That's the one that dives into tackles. I don't know. Heading is free. Long shots is 9 though, for some reason. It's weird. I'm not sure if I want to have him. Yet another striker, yet another poacher, and we had a look at him. I'm not interested in him due to the trade. Another goalkeeper, that's definitely a no-go. So look at these attributes. Anto, considered to be a winger, knocks the ball past the opponent. I'm not sure. What about inverted winger or something like this? That's not too bad. Wage demands seem fine now, too. Level-headed, I don't know. I guess I'm not that convinced that we want to have him right now. Risky. We do not play with a center midfielder. That's it. Aiko, we made an offer for. We didn't make an offer for because he had low tackling. He could be fine, but it's not great. And we have other alternatives there, so I'm not interested in this. Chris Tanto, unambitious, off to a great start already. Tries kilobots often, I like that. Digstize tempos, I like that too. This is a playmaker-ish type, and he's in the wrong position for our kind. Well, let us have a look. Did you share him on the Discord? Feel free to include him on the Discord. So maybe if I get to it, we can have a look at them. They are shit. Well, then in particular, you should share them. I don't know. Okay, I see. Well, if you only needed backups, you know, maybe they surprise you. This stuff happens after all. So, Chris Tanto, I'm trying to figure out if you want to re-educate him. to be a deep lying playmaker. What's needed for a DLP? First touch, passing, technique, vision, teamwork probably, but also positioning, right? And he's not great defensively. So also this is a lot of stuff that we need to do, and he's unambitious, so I guess that settles the affair. I don't think this is a good idea. Rudy Ramat. Rudy Ramat has some things going for him. So I do not need another poacher. We could use one, but I do not want to. We have a 16-year-old, and this is the 16-year-old story, so we want to rely on a Shadow Striker in the future. So I guess, given that I'm trying to make that work, we need a deep lying forward. He is really shit though, strength-wise and jumping reach-wise. So, not great. I don't think I'm interested. We will find one at some point. He is fairly pro. That's definitely a plus. He runs with the ball rarely. That's also good, given that he has no dribbling whatsoever. Level-headed and fairly pro is fantastic. Is there a transfer offer going for this guy? Well, not yet. We do not need him this season, in particular. He's not tall enough to be central defender. He's not a playmaker, but he might do as a last-ditch effort. And as a ball-winning midfielder, he's not great. But he's more or less fine. Not fantastic, though. I would be able to bring him in, I think. I would be able to tolerate him in the squad. And just to rub off on the other players. Maybe he develops a little bit, who knows. I guess if he's for free. Yeah, he's for free. So let's just have him at the squad. On squad player level. If he plays, that's fine. If he doesn't, who cares? And now I'm going with a lot of loan signings, but doesn't matter much. That's great. So we got this. He's not one to be signed. I don't think so. Narsula comes deep to be at goal, knocks the ball past the opponent. None of these are befitting of the position, I think. Not in our setup anyway, so go away. Fatur Rohman. Okay. That's a lot of traits. Decent winger overall. Fairly pro too. Knocks the ball past the opponent is fine. Refrains from taking long shots. He's shit at it, so that's great. Dives into tackles. I don't know why that is. Probably due to the aggression. We will not be able to get rid of that. That's strictly a winger. Not a bad one, though. He can go to the shortlist. I don't want to bring in another winger right now. Hillman, we made an offer for him. Tabuni, that's low determination. I guess ball-winning midfielder would be a possibility here, but he's not impressive. Stamina's good, though. Teamwork and work rate are good. So that's not a problem. I don't know. I guess he's not that interesting to me. Robbie Ramadan, yet another winger. So I guess you can see why they were willing to buy him. Or why he was willing to go. For that increase in wage, you would probably leave your old club too. So, good luck getting him sold, though. I'll shortlist him. He's interesting, at least. Herr Lambang. Unambitious, good jumping reach, no strength whatsoever. The rest of it is fine, more or less. Deep lying forward wise, nah, probably not. He's tall though. I will give him that. He's tall. And we need a tall player up front. And for us, this is tall. So I guess we do nothing about this. Pre-body. Riza pre-body dives into tackles, which I'm not a fan of on central defenders. In this position he would do, but I don't think so. He has low determination. Ibrahim, at least that's a name I can remember, but the physicals aren't great. Technically, he's a bit lacking too. If we play him as a wing back, he would need major improvement. I don't like this. This is yet another unambitious guy, and he's a goalkeeper, and I think we sorted him previously. And then Bruno Gabriel could be a possible loan target. Anyone knows this guy from somewhere? Oh yeah, we sold him to them. He's unambitious, fairly suspicious to injuries, and we are very happy to get rid of him. Also, he's still considered to be a foreign player. He cannot play. This part of the report. Yeah, maximum of 0 foreign players. The first team has 1, so I do not want him. Thank you very much. That's it. The under 18 suffered a... You have 600k in the bank. Well, I guess get rid of the loan. Well, does this mean the interest payments are gone? It doesn't, right? You still have the big bank loan going for 100 million or whatever it is. So they will be gone in an instant. That loan offer got accepted. We have additional set piece training now. And we offered for like 5 or 6 loan players. So if they all go through prior to the transfer window closing, good stuff. If they don't, well, who cares? $600k per month? Seems like you have your work cut out for you. This is one of these circumstances. This is one of these circumstances where you go into the club and you're like, who did this? Why did you do it? How am I supposed to work in these circumstances? You like a challenge, right? That's what it is. You like to be challenged. Where's the water? Here. Damn. Okay, let's talk about training. So, we cannot, given that we do not have a performance analyst. So, you're trying to do it the other way now. I have a bad influence on you in that case. Or I am a bad influence on you. Recovery seems fine, right? We could also do with additional match tactics here. Or maybe even a teamwork session. Let's not overdo it. Maybe something like this. Because we need to win that match. Well, no, we do not need to win that match at all. In fact, this match doesn't matter other than for morale. This is a league game. We don't care anymore. We are qualified. So, what do we do? I guess we go with tactical. All-out tactical schooling. Maybe some overall training. This is fine as a preparation. So we can do overall. Overall? Oh, there's travel here. Sure, as a match preparation, have some additional teamwork session, I guess. I don't know, have attacking movement. And we will have some... Is there a recovery session somewhere? Yeah. We will have it like this. This time down here, this is a box standard week to me. That seems reasonable to me. Or maybe something like this. There's additional travel here. Sure, why not? Let's prepare them for the last match. And give them some additional teamwork, because why not? Well, these projections are rubbish though. Don't rely on them too much. They do not include future payments for clauses and stuff. So that will probably not matter. I wouldn't want to rely on that too much. Oh, the registration window came up. So we cannot register him. Yeah, he's attached to a list of players who are unregistered and feature in the first team squad. Also, we cannot have him because he's foreign. So go away with that. I'm sure he doesn't like the training sessions. Why? Why? What's going on with you? It doesn't have results. Well, how about you start to lift and maybe, I don't know, throw down some creatine or whatever you do. I guess we do defensive positioning in that case. He's unhappy with the standard of the strength coaching. Sure. Isha. He doesn't feel it's suitable anymore. I see. Yeah, I see. Okay. Seen from that perspective, he's a rather decent player. Let's give him some quickness training, and now he's unhappy with the standard of the strength coaching again. What the hell is wrong with the strength coaching, though? It's not even that bad. So I guess they want better coaching overall. This guy is our fitness coach. He's on 200 euros a week. Can we find somebody that has better fitness coaching than this? Or maybe, just maybe, an additional coach, maybe. You know, because this would probably suffice. So I guess an additional coach would make some sense. Do we have staff slots available? Of course we don't. We cannot sign another staff member, so either we find better fitness coaching or the players will get used to it. I guess it is the players will get used to it. I will not spend an additional money for unhappy players. I do not want to keep them unhappy in the squad, obviously. Alright. Lunis. So, Fadila comes in after all. No, he goes out. Fantastic. Fadila will leave. I don't care though. Time for a fresh start. I see it that way too. In this particular circumstance, this transfer will go through at the end of his contract. He's a casual. I do not want to play him. He can go. Him, that's one that comes in. That's a center back. I'm very happy with that. And same with the playmaker. I don't know. I guess morally, yes. But who cares about morals? This is the management simulation after all. Also, it's your game. You can do whatever you want with it, right? Okay. How's the wage budget doing, by the way? We were somewhere around 7k, I think. Never mind. We are at 12 and we were at 17. No, we have a budget of 17. Words escape me. So that's fine overall. They are angry with that signing. Alright, it's about money though. So I guess we need to make money and this is decent business. We will give them squad numbers and so on immediately. For now, we will also make money. I'm sorry, but it needs to be done. Also pre-roll ads and stuff, you know the drill. Fine. So, they are unhappy with the signing of Julianato. I don't see why. We do not have better in the squad. And he's a good player for League 2 side, so we can have him. That's fine. He can be here with the remainder of the central defenders. Given that he's on loan for now, and the optional future fee is really high, what was the reasoning? Why were they angry? Yeah, there's no homegrown talent to be had here, though. So, disregard that. He's strictly a central defender. We can strictly play him as a central defender. Please do not dribble. Please do not do interesting passing. Please remain in the back. That's it. So, how's his susceptibility to injury? It's below average, so I guess we can give him a trade. Well, we could. If he were available just yet. Great. Maybe we need to wait a day. He's probably not around long enough, is he? I don't know. Squad registration and the number. Sure. Do we want Pranata to say hello to him? I don't think so. He can be assigned a squad number, though. There's so many numbers to be had. Just pick one. Doesn't matter much to me. And also squad registration. I guess that's a thing too, yes. We have a maximum of 33 players. We didn't hit that yet, so he can go in and you can go in. Confirm the selection. There we go. That should do. What's with Nugoro? He's a DLP for us. And he will probably train that way. We signed him to play to his strengths after all. Off the ball movement isn't great. So I guess we do it this way. I do not want to restrict him to killer balls or stuff. He needs some improvement in some of these areas. That said, he's perfectly capable to do this. Also, above average injury suspiciability is not great, but it's okay-ish. Hopefully, we will be fine with that. So now, let's have a look at the squad planner again. He doesn't belong here, but he can play there, that's true. We have an additional central defender, and Nugoro can also play there in case it's absolutely needed. So central defense is covered, I think. Left back is not great, but it's okay. Goalkeeper, Hillman is not in yet. Hopefully he comes. Ball-winning midfielder position is covered. I think we got that figured out by now. Infantry will not play here. Rinaldi will not play in the ball-winning midfielder position, but Nugoro and Anchori are there, and there's another transfer coming in, I think. It's not Nugoro, though. So ball-winning midfielder is still missing, but we've got Rinaldi and Nugoro for the playmaker-ish role. Winger seems somewhat fine. Isha is here. I'm still considering getting rid of Rizaldi immediately. He's just frigging expensive. So I do not like that very much. You know, this is 1k of our wage budget. I do not like that. So I guess the question is, do we want to risk it? Getting rid of the winger. He's just no, this is the wrong one. We're talking Rizaldi, right? Yeah, we're talking Rizaldi. He's fairly loyal. Is he somewhat useful as a mentor, maybe? Not for now. Sure, we could use him that way, but it's a really expensive mentor, though. And he didn't do much up until now, did he? Nah, we didn't use him. He was on the bench. He's worth 4.5k. He will leave anyway. So we can save another... How much is this per month? His contract runs... Well, it doesn't matter much, does it? We save on the wage budget. Let's get rid of him. Bye. It's done. I did it. Okay. So, transfer window will close at midnight. So either we bring in the additional loanees or we don't. Who knows? We also need to get rid of the second casual player for various interpretations of need. But from my perspective, we need. I think so. We need to get rid of him. And then there's the team dynamics problem. We might have shaken team cohesion a little bit. So maybe we should improve that immediately and have a look at it. That said, I feel like we got rid of the bad eggs. Yeah, that's great. So there's the defensive midfielder, at least one choice. That's fine. He's a substitute goalkeeper. And Malik comes in too. So now we have a fullback. Iravan is gone. Well, he will be gone. And given that this is like one of the casuals, we will sell him immediately if we can. Also, Sena can have a professional contract. I do not see why, though. Alright. These are the players that came in. Let's have a look. Oh, there will probably be a menu for this, won't there? There will be a menu for this. Alright. He's not close to being good enough yet, apparently. And again, the prospect with a homegrown talent. I don't care about that. He trains as a ball-winning midfielder for now. He is not a great central defender, but he could do that in case it's absolutely needed. Is there any particular focus that we should set? I don't think so. I think he's fine as he is. He just needs to improve overall a little bit. Hillman is just a replacement for the goalkeeper position. Doesn't matter much. He's back up anyway. Command of area is low. Communication, one-on-ones. So, communication goes with decision making, that's fine, and positioning, that's not that great. So that would be an idea. Command of area goes with rushing out, I'm not too fond of that anyway, and the one-on-ones, so I guess we do that. Given that there are 2 6s there, he should focus on that. And Malik comes in and joins us on loan. That's true, he's considered to be wingback in defense position, and I don't see much of a problem with that overall here. Positioning and decision making is fine, so a special focus on marking is probably a bit overdoing it. His pace is a bit off, acceleration is a bit off, so I guess additional quickness would be great. Otherwise, I'm happy with him. He is highly susceptible to injury though, so let's not overdo it. Great. So, is there any player in this squad? Like, composition changed a little bit, right? There's a lot of lone players now. How's finance? Wage budget went down to 11k. In my safe? I don't know. Let's have a look. Probably still with Man City. Still with Man City. Still with Man City. And he earns a bit more than the remainder of my squad. Yeah, that will not happen anytime soon. Neither for me nor for you, I guess. Okay. So, we didn't sell anyone that as part of the first team. Do we have players in here that we are fond of personality-wise? Sure. Sukipto. Also, we can warn him about his bad performance last time out. He was on a 6.5 rating. Great, let's do that. He cannot say hello to the new players for some reason. Why is that? Please don't tell me he's a low knee. No, he isn't. Is there anyone else that has good personality in the first squad? I guess he is. As a low knee, he cannot say hello to them though. Unsure is unambitious, please don't. Ari? How about Ari? Shouldn't there be a menu for saying hello to them? This is only for the captain. Please don't tell me this is only for the captain. Yeah, he's 29 in my save and he's pretty fast. But that's just Erling Haaland, I guess. Okay, so apparently the menu got removed. So Ari can say hello to him though. Great! Apparently we can get to that menu here. Renata can say hello to Hillman, why not? Fantastic. And we can also ask Ari about him. Okay. Did we forgot to do that here? Rinaldi. I don't know how it is determined, the player that is, that says hello to them. But apparently it works, so I will not complain. Pranata for the center back, sure. Now he's in perfect mood. I think he was prior to that. Okay, so we got that sorted. Next stuff, we should probably sort mentoring. Do we have time for that? Sure. Okay. So we have 3 central defenders now. None of them have bad traits. Infantry is the one that will have an influence on the other 2, though. I'm not too fond of that. That said, assuming we do a central defender group, just assuming, I will probably not keep it, but let's try. That's him. Infantry as well as... Oh, Sukipto is in the... Well, he's in the Spirited No Traits group, so that will not happen. And Infantry's personality would go straight to Giulianato, who doesn't have a bad personality after all. So, did Giulianato include a trait? He doesn't. So I'd rather have him here. That's not bad. What else? So we have a lot of young players. They need to be included somewhere, right? These here. It doesn't matter much if they are from another club. We might keep some of those. I guess we can go by age. The best one that comes up immediately is Ari. Personality-wise, he's 22 though, so that doesn't fit as well. There's nobody in here with really bad personality that is suitable. I guess we can include them in this group, right? We do not need an additional group. And also Iravang needs to go. But we might need to skip forward a bit more. I don't know. Can't we sell him immediately? Why can't we? Apparently we can't. I don't know why that is. Not right now, anyway. He comes with a trait. I don't want that trait on the rest of them, I think. It's probably not bad to have it there, but it says no trait, so let's not do that. Hillman would be fine in here. These 2 do not need a mentor. He's spirited, so he doesn't need one either. And Raman can be sold now. We do not need Raman anymore, because we have a replacement for him. So Raman can be sold immediately. He costs us money. So we will get rid of him. Buy Raman. Another 120 euros saved. Okay. There's that. Eiko also comes in as a loanee. Sure. And Sukipto accepted his warning. Alright, I need to do a bathroom break, sorry. I'll be back in a minute or 2. Alright. Now I feel better. Thank you very much for waiting. So, let's get back to it. Eco is also part of the new ecosystem. I had to do that. Somebody should be here and I don't know. Give me some sort of slap or something for that one. Any case, I'm probably suited to be dead at this point. Well, this is fine, more or less. In fact, we can play in the first team. I like it. There's no particular focus that comes to mind. Sure, let Eco play. Is there anyone that can say hello to him? Give him a squad number. They have preferences. Oh no. He wants the 4-2. Well, that will not happen, sir. You can have 44 instead. And Hillman wants number 1. Pranata is already done, so he cannot have number 1. He can have number 11? No, that's done too. Here you go, have number 30. Not that it matters. And he can have number 48. It really doesn't matter to me. The numbers are so stupid. Whatever. Registration, yeah, that's a bit of a problem. So maximum squad size is 33 players. So some of these need to go. It fits. Exactly. We are happy with this. So, now we can finally ask Ari to say hello to him, because, you know, why not? And then we can go to the cup match. Transfer window should be done. Lots of loanees. We got rid of some of the players that are too expensive. Maybe once it skips forward, we can also sell the casual one immediately. Then we will do the cup match. If we can win the second leg too, or even with a draw, we should be fine. But if we score, they need to score 3 goals to win the cup match on aggregate. So we stand a good chance. We just need to score. It's really easy. Against the first league team. On the other hand, we scored last time. We scored twice, actually. So it should be fine. Yeah, that takes a while. Anyone's got anything to add about, I don't know, the save? The decision making so far? Otherwise, have fun, continue lurking. I guess that's fine too. So we will do specific training with the set pieces here, and with match tactics once more. This is all about the result in this situation. If we get the result, great. Thank you very much for telling me. I love it. I will try. I will give it my very best. Which it depends a bit on how they are doing. But it might not include that many of the new players. Transfer deadline has passed. Okay. I'm happy with this, we're fine. That's for the League 2 only, so I don't care. Sure, so we got rid of a winger. We do have a defensive midfielder instead, though, and he can also play central defender in case it's needed, so he will go to the bench immediately. The rest of them... No, it's all fine. Don't worry, Mies. Don't worry. I'm happy to for you to be around at all. It's fine. Don't feel like you need to, right? It's about having fun in the end. And just in my defense, streaming into the void most of the time feels a bit I don't know, weird from time to time. So obviously it's more enjoyable if there's a conversation to be had. That's always the case. But yeah, if any of the lurkers wants to come in at some point and have a discussion, I'm fine with it. We can probably play Utama again. He should be better than Ariato. It's not like I'm opposed to Arianto, but... Why can't we praise the training, by the way? Shouldn't that be a thing on a weekly basis? To be able to comment on the training? Why can't we? Okay, a week didn't pass, so I guess that's the argument. Malik is available for Simutapang. I butchered the name, sorry. Validain is not a bad choice though. For the remainder of the season, as long as he's not injured, he can remain. That's fine. Nico would be a decent ball-winning midfielder. Anshori is used to being in the squad, I guess. It might be that the transfer date is later. Or they declined it, I don't know. Look at the date. Maybe you will keep him for another half a year. So, no, well, in that case, I do not know. There's enough ball-winning midfielders here. He's probably not better than... What's the problem with Anshori anyway? Other than the personality. I guess we compare him to Eco. That's the wrong one. There's Eco. So Eco is definitely the better defender, not good in the air. But overall, Eco is at least on level, if not better. $20.33 to... Okay. I do not know. I do not know. Is it 33? And you're safe, so I guess you can keep him for another 2 years, and you will still get money for him. On the other hand, that means you will get a fixed amount, however he develops. What was the other guy's name? It's this one, right? He will probably not be better than Anshori. He is a bit better than Anshori in defending, at least. Okay. Well, I don't know. Maybe you encountered a bug. I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah, I'm confused by this. I don't know, Mies. So I guess he's a time traveler after all. Who cares? He's a time traveler. Sometimes this is the way it goes, it seems. So I definitely want to play Nogoro, if I can. He's also match fit, more or less. Can he play in this role, though? He doesn't know how to play that. So we stick to what we know. And we change this for the remaining 2 league matches later on. So for the league matches, we will play with a deep lying playmaker. For now, we will go with Segundo Volante, and afterwards we will change things. I will not have Anchori on the pitch though. That said, he's used to the tactics, more or less. So maybe Eco is used to the tactics too. No, he is not. How is Vantoro? Not much better. So I guess Anchori plays after all. And this is just... This is just because I want the player to be used to the tactic, and the others will train in it. We will get rid of these 3. I didn't decide on those yet. We did decide on the playmaker, that's Nongoro. So he's a replacement for midfield. Feels a bit weird, but he's a replacement as a creative outlet in midfield. He's a replacement as a central defender and as a defensive midfielder. If Julian Nato... No, we will not start him. Great, let's have a look at them. Feel free to share them in Discord. You probably need a separate channel for all your kids. Yeah, so we need a winger. / attacking midfielder. Sure I can. Have a look. You didn't post anything yet then. I will give you feedback on that later on. But it's just an opinion, right? And opinions are... I don't know. Maybe the rest of the stream wants to have an opinion on that too. Imbiri can come along. Yeah, take your time. Don't worry. Iravan, I wanted to get rid of him immediately, so I guess he goes down to the under-21s. He will not be with the first team anymore. Which means that the mentoring group... Oh no, there's no mentoring group containing him. Doesn't matter. So that's fine. I'm quite happy that we reduced the wage spending a little bit. It doesn't feel like we lost that much quality. So it's Imbiri or... Well, we could bring along a winger. Or we bring along Isha, who is all of these things. And that's why we signed him after all, right? So I guess Isha comes along. And then it's either Zico or Imbiri, I guess. We might also bring along Santoso. Training rating isn't that great. Zico is a bit injured. So I do not like that very much. Ready. Let's have a look at those. That's an interesting touch with the lion. Did you... Is this like the real kit? It certainly looks like they... Well, it could be. With the lion on at the bottom. So overall I like it. They are called lion... Well, in that case, there should be a lion on it, right? There's some sense to that. I like it. Yeah, so we bring along Isha. My biggest problem now is who do we bring along as a striker? Because Isha doesn't know how to play there, even though we might teach him. Not this season though. So I guess we bring along Imbiri anyway. Which means the 16-year-old might make an appearance in the cup game. Which also means... No. No, he's horrible at that. Yeah, I see. I see. Well, we will go through the saving process and afterwards we will have the cup game. Hopefully that will work. Well, if it is a 1-1, we will go through. Ah, that said, we need to score that one goal first. So, or not concede. It's really easy. We are, results-wise, we are slight favorites, but we are playing a first league team after all, so we might have a few problems. Away goals count, yes. So they have their away goal, we don't, but we will have the away game now. So given that their one away goal is set in stone, we have the chance to overdo them. And remember, we scored 2 times last time out, so we have a chance. If we score 1, we're fine. If we score more than 1, we are done, more or less. I do not expect them to score 4 goals. You know, famous last words, but I expect this will go well. Also, this is a change of the year, so it might take some time to process, sorry. This is where Football Manager determines that our performance has been shit overall and that we need to get fired from this club. I don't know what it does. Probably sweeping database changes. The year of the pig? Well, it might be that this is what gets determined too, yeah. The year of the pig. In that case, I should probably have some pork. Alright. Would be. Then again, it would be cool to be Year of the Dragon every year, and I'm not familiar with the way this is determined. So I don't even know what year it is from that perspective. But apparently there's a film that is called Year of the Dragon, and from 1985, so about as old as me. And then there's a film named Year of the Shark. A movie, whatever. Sorry. So, I don't know. I don't think I want to watch Year of the Shark. Feels like this is trash, but I might be wrong. Just determined from the title, though. I didn't have a look. Yeah. So I guess the next question is, if we do go up, do we want to stay here in Indonesia, or do we want to move on? That seems reasonable. I will not play Asia. Year of the White Metal Dog. I don't want to ridicule culture, but that feels very specific to me. White Metal Dog. What does this even mean? Okay. Ramai Rumakiek is apparently very well performing. That's well, I wouldn't say that metal should be white. In fact, there's that's probably not metal though. Yeah, but good bands come to mind immediately that are not strictly considered white. I feel like this is probably also skin color labeling, and I do not feel comfortable with that at all. In either direction. I think music should be music, whoever makes it, you know. Ari scoops the Young Player of the Month award. That's fantastic and entirely deserved. So, congratulations on the award, guy. We will definitely play him once more. When you make... So, what's the problem when you make music? That's bad metal overall, you feel? I don't know. This is where you show us your music. Okay. So we will do defending free kicks and attacking free kicks. Music is the problem. Oh, I see. Yeah. I wouldn't be able to do music myself either. I can't sing either. I played in a band for like, I don't know, a few weeks in my youth at some point. I had rudimentary skills to play the guitar at some point, and all of that got lost in time. I still own a guitar though, but I cannot sing, that's for sure. And imitation of voices is also lackluster. My pen and paper role-playing times have been a bit spotty lately. You know, with work and the streaming and so on, there's not much time to do a pen and paper role-playing group anymore. I would love to get into that at one point though, because as you might have figured, given given that I'm kind of a nerd. I guess I would love to have an additional pen and paper role-playing group at some point. The additional seems wrong. I had a really great group, and I love the players. I would love to continue with that group, but we did that remotely, and I feel like I want to have a group that is in place in the future. Also, pen and paper role-playing is like, it's a lot of time, just like streaming. It just takes a lot of time. At some point, you need to get to work. Also, there's this weird thing called a relationship. You might be aware. And, yeah. Let me give you that in another way. Just for a second. You deserve that. Well, so we will play the cup game. We can talk about it all day, but in the end, we need to get a draw. Minimum. We might even... Yeah, we might even lose. In fact, if we lose this 1-0, we still go towards the next round due to away goals rule. So... don't worry about it, man. If you there's basically two types of people with this, and it feels a bit black and whitish because there's a lot of gray area, but so maybe three. With the general experience with pen and paper role playing, I feel like either they look at it and there's like, I have no fantasy. I don't no imagination. It is. I have no imagination. I do not like this. I feel restricted here, and I do not want to play another role. It just feels weird to me, and I do not like it. I do not feel comfortable with this, for whatever reason. For these people, it probably will never settle. It's not a hobby for them, and that's okay. Then there's the group that made bad experiences in the past. a few people in my social circle come to mind. It's like we tried pen and paper role playing, and I was with that guy that said we will do pen and paper role playing, and then I don't know, we built characters for 3 hours, and afterwards we had to we started pen and paper role playing in the middle of the night, and half an hour later somebody needed to leave, and then we needed to order food, and later on somebody else was quite disruptive to play, and I didn't feel comfortable with that. For these people, it's more about yeah, I don't want to work there anyway. For these people, it's more about the bad experience in the past. So they also feel like something is expected of them for some reason. And to be fair, some expectations are available in pen and paper role playing, but these expectations usually are to be open-minded, I guess, and not to be stressed about this or that. Like, if you do not feel comfortable reacting to this or that, don't. Or if you have problems playing your character the way you would imagine it, change the character. It's your choice. You can be however you think the character should be. Character could be same as you, behavior-wise. It's probably a great start, because it's easy, and easy is good. As long as you feel comfortable with it. Nobody expects you to do a certain accent or something. I don't know. So, doesn't matter. Yeah, sure, why not? And most people do it that way, actually. There's a term called what's it called in English? I don't know. I guess yeah, it is English. Murder hobo. Because most pen and paper role players start out as murder hobos, more or less. They go around murdering people in pen and paper, not in real life. And they are hobos, more or less, because they are not stuck to a certain location. That's a box standard way of pen and paper role playing. It doesn't mean that this is not viable. As long as it's fun, that's okay. It's not the end goal of pen and paper role playing, obviously, but it is part of it. So I guess that's fine. And then there's those people that love it from the start. Like, they watch Critical Role and they are looking for a group from the get-go. And they would have loved it either way. Because they have a great imagination. Someone, a subgroup of those also wants to have their own world and do a game master stuff and that stuff. So I feel like most of the people fit in group 2. They are somewhere in the middle, and they had bad experience in the past, or they feel that like something is expected of them. And that's just wrong, right? So it's better to see it from the perspective that you can have a good time next time out. Just because the last game didn't work out for you, or because circumstances were not great, doesn't mean it will be the same next time. It's just as in any other hobby. You can have a bad experience with a certain, I don't know, sports team or something. Why not? Why not? Also, a lot of players start with really easy characters. Like, imagine you play a barbarian, somebody that is easy to anger, will solve everything with violence, and is also not the brightest candle on the cake. So that's a rather easy role, right? In fact, Critical Role serves as an example here. So in case you're aware of the characters in the first season, Travis Willingham played Grog. Grog is really stupid. And he's a barbarian, and he solves problems with violence. Also, he has no idea about money, and which is really, really funny. So it was a really easy role, and Travis picked that role because it was really easy. There's nothing wrong about that. It's a wonderful character in the end. So, yeah, these expectations are sometimes much too high. Or just imagine, I don't know, if you are a librarian in real life, play a librarian. Fuck that. It's fine. It's totally fine. Just make your character a librarian and imagine something that is very similar to what you are used to. It's okay. You will move on from that at some point. But it's fine. As long as it's fun to you, that's good. Alright. Opposition instructions, getting back to Football Manager. So we will do these. Did they change anything? Not that much, did they? We remember Hoffman. He didn't have much of a chance last match. We remember Dimas. He's technically and mentally gifted, but the strength is not that great. Then I remember him, and I think we tackled him hard and nothing happened. So we will continue doing that. No. It doesn't work that way. I'm perfectly willing to explain that to you at some point. But it's maybe not the best occasion on a Football Manager stream to go into pen and paper rules. It's different for every system, the way the rules work. But there's basically one person that determines how the world is, and the rules are something that you learn along the way. It's not that hard usually. There's a lot of systems that are really complex though, so I don't know. It depends on the kind of system you play. That said, Dungeons and Dragons, so this is what the books are behind me. That's not hard. In fact, Dungeons and Dragons is really flexible. Also rules-wise. That's what made it into this big of a system. The amount of flexibility and the way that it's easy to learn, which is a big plus. It has its downsides though, like character classes and I guess that's content to some people. Some people love that, other people hate it. I don't know. I don't have a strong opinion on that. Okay, we are right down here in the dressing room. We gotta make sure that we get this through. No complacency. I think that's the way we should do things. So that went well with most of them. Now we will just tell them that we are confident. This is an away game after all, so no increases in pressure needed anymore. Okay. I would go to the match preview, but there's a little problem. So I know that Football Manager matches take about half an hour, and I cannot snooze that stuff more. So I guess we need to do a minor break, sorry. Be right back. Alright. That should do, right? No further stuff. We've got an hour now. We're good. Okay. So, match preview says... Wow. What kind of stadium is this? They have a roof. What the hell? How can you afford that? Well, let's kick it off, will we? And encourage the team immediately. Apparently we are the ones in wide, apparently. Feels like some sort of short passing game. I'm not fond of that. So Kipto, and it's well defended so far. 30 seconds into the game. We didn't concede yet. Which is good. Also, I do not feel like we should play through the middle. So let's play down the wings. The roof is on fire. Well, hopefully it will be after we're done here. But on our side, Ari's cross. That ends up with Rinaldi. Anshori. So Kipto. We have a ball from deep. Nothing happens. Milena wins back the ball. Milana. Utama, not a cross. Anshori. So Kipto. Another ball from deep. Okay, okay. We are doing okay. At least for now. Utama, Oseni. Nice ball by Oseni. It's offside. Can we win the second leg of this cup game? And more importantly, can we do it whilst not conceding? Oseni, Anshori. Not a bad choice by not a good choice by Anshori. Now we are facing the counter. Feridan, good ball. Pranata's there to claim it. And goes with a long kick immediately. So it's Davan. First shot of the game. Good stuff. Quite entertaining. I love it. Hopefully we will not give away that many chances like the last one though. Pranata. Will we have another long kick? Yes, we will. Sodstavan doesn't win the header though. Ferdian, Hariono, Dimas, Hendravan, Hoffman, Zakaria. Close him down, man. Ishvayuri, that shouldn't be a great pass. And it isn't. It's a corner though. Go guys. Do better. Apparently they are uninterested after being encouraged, so I guess we need to fire him up. Zakaria. It is? I don't know. It doesn't feel that way, but if you say so. Utama. I was wondering about that, but I don't have the time to Google that kind of stuff. Buried none. Dimas. Hoffman. Pandravan. Buried none again. That's intercepted. It's a corner and not offside. Oh. Zacharias corner, infantry's there. Clear the ball. Two players closing down the opponent. Melana. Melana's cross towards Ari is fantastic. Great stuff. Can Ari run down the wing with the ball? He does. He does. There's the cross. Not one for Sulstavan. He's not a great jumper. Melana. Melana with a low cross. It's a dangerous occasion. There it is. We got it. Sulstavan with the first goal of the match. And that should settle the affair more or less. We've got our away goal. Fantastic. labored into the back of the net. Milana with the cross, nobody defends it well, and I think Ari got onto the ball first. He won it back within the penalty area, I think. Really great stuff. So, now they need to score 2 goals to be... No. Yeah, there. Two goals to be on level. We do. We do. That's just unreasonable to expect that this... yeah. Stolperjochen is fine. That's true. But to be fair, Thomas Müller finds space. There was no space to be had here. They call his role the Raumdeuter after all, but there was no Raum to be interpreted here. So yeah. Feridan runs down the wing, good cross, not a penalty. Good tackle. Sulstavan doesn't win that one. Dimas, Hoffmann, Zakaria. That shouldn't be a thing, and it isn't. Infantry with the long ball. Can we praise him yet? Probably not. Yeah. You can make a skin with that, I think. It's probably not widely accepted in football though. As it's called, I think it's called Raumdeuter in English too. For some reason. Just one of these words that got included. That's a bad finish by Hoffmann. Great. I love it. I feel like demand more in this situation. I don't want to praise him. Oh, that's really lots of space. That's not intercepted by Milana. Will we take it back a notch? Go defensive? Why not? And then I will do praising now. We are up 1 goal. Hosseini, hopefully they will not be annoyed by it. Hosseini, it's not his last match for the club, it seems. Rinaldi, what a penetrating pass towards Milana. Nice! That settles it, we're done. Stop the count, we can go home. Second goal of the game. This time by Ari. That pass by Rinaldi was fantastic. Milana needed it on the left, it deflects off the defender and Ari is just available to tap it in. They have a really bad time now. I love it. Also, the praising hit immediately afterwards. So, good stuff. This is a good start into the new week, I guess. Zakaria with the throw in, Bari, Zakaria again, Zakaria, Ari intercepts, Hoffmann with a bad finish and Pranata's there to pick it. From getting into the back of the net. So we got that. And now we are playing defensive football. It's not like we're used to it, but who cares? Free kick by Dimas. Good free kick, well done by Pranata. What player? Oh, the one with the transfer that didn't go through. I thought it was a sale. So it's the other way around. I'm sorry about that. I had a similar situation with Bernigo, the time traveling guy. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't know what happens there. I cannot tell you from remote. Hosseini loses the ball. Zakaria. Will he be closed down by somebody, please? Zakaria. He is, in the end. Pendravan. Hosseini loses out on the tackle. There's a hefty long pass from deep. And that's offside. Great. 4 minutes to go. I'm happy with this. 2 away goals. If we want to settle the affair entirely, we need to score a third, but otherwise I'm happy with it. Milana doesn't seem to be though. Well intercepted. That shouldn't be a problem. Mutama makes it a problem though. Walidain is there to intercept. Anshori. Ari. Will he take another run? At least it's a dribble for now. Ari. Walidain. Anshori. Anshori loses the ball. Doesn't win it back. Can somebody close down this striker, please? Not a problem. There's lots of space there. What a waste of an effort. This was a wonderful pass and it was a great chance. They should have scored. We were really lucky here. So, overall, we can be happy though. Yeah, I am happy with this. I am not happy with the performance by Oshini. And I am not happy with the performance of the others here. These here, they don't play that well. So we will tell them. Okay. Okay. And now we will play them for the second half too. Because why not? Rinaldi with a nice long ball towards Ari. Well, that header could have been a bit better, but otherwise, good idea. And we are still going down the wings. Looks like it works. Ari, we get a corner. We trained those. Also, we didn't set up the specific instructions, so I guess we should do that at some point. But Oshini takes the corner. Goes towards the far post. Goalkeeper, no mistake, claims the ball. Prayoga doesn't seem to distribute in a long manner. Nothing happened there. We face another free kick by Zakaria. That's an easy one for Pranata. Not a good finish. They have more chances, we have better quality. I don't know how we deserve to be there, but I'm happy with it. I play with low self-esteem. Are we talking like low self-esteem as a personality? Utama loses out on that duel. Hariono. Easy for infantry. Osheni finds Ari out on the wing. Great stuff. Ari. That's not a low cross, man. We defend it. And Rinaldi takes a shot. I think this is very, very low confidence. Well, you might want to have a look at the personality calculator in terms of attributes. I'm not sure what it means. Oshini wins the ball in midfield. Finds Anshori. Anshori with a short possession pass. That's a nice long ball, but Ari is not there to pick up the ball. Dimas. Ferdinand. Ferdinand, can somebody close this guy down? No. Infantry is there to defend though. That's not a bad pass. Cross is intercepted. By whom? By Sukito. 60 minutes into the game. They need 3 goals. No, they need 4. They need 4 goals, don't they? They will probably not get there. Oshini seems to be tired. Let's bring on the youngster. He deserves to play at this point. Oshini doesn't. So let's bring on Imbiri. Maybe he can score another one. That would definitely settle the affair. Go on, man. 16 years playing a cup game. For the remaining 30 minutes if he doesn't get injured, which hopefully will not happen. Hurry, oh no. It's not intercepted. Schiffer hits the crossbar. That was a good chance. Pranata didn't even react. He saw that one, I'm sure. He saw that one. Another throw in. Pendravan. Schiffer again. Pranata. Who's this Schiffer guy? He's new, right? Yeah, he's new. Loic Schiffer. Might be pronounced in a different manner. He's a good jumper, not a bad header either. So they changed something there. They brought Hamdani on. He has a weak left foot, so I guess we show him to the weaker foot. And that Fischer guy, he's overall a good dribbler and a good jumper. So, rather dangerous. Not sure what to do with him. He asked to leave because he doesn't get playing time. Well, now you get your playing time. Doesn't matter much though. Ari skips past his marker. He's not fast right now though. Ari, nobody closes him down. Ari, with a cross from deep, not a bad choice. Good stuff. Tutstavan, Menala. It's Melana. Well, that was a great chance. He could have taken that one. And scored, but he didn't. Long ball towards Ari again. Not offside, yet another great cross. We make it free. Celestiavan with the second goal of the game for him and the third overall. That settles the affair. We deserve to be in the second round of the Cup, in the fourth round that is. Might be semi-final. I don't know, this is the third round. Let's have a look at it later. I'm quite impressed by this. This is a great result, given that we play a League 1 team and we are League 2. So that gives a lot of money in the end. Well, it might. I think winning the cup is like $1 million, if I'm not mistaken. Great stuff. Melana. Will we absolutely devastate them? No, we don't. Melana is devastated though, due to an injury. Let's get him off the pitch immediately. Isha is still available, so Isha can play here. Isha is right-footed, I think. Isha is right-footed, and he's a decent finisher. Decent passer, though, too. So we go with inside forward here, maybe. Maybe inverted winger. Probably inside forward. He's not a good crosser. So we do it that way. Okay, yeah, thank you very much. I wouldn't know how to say Achtelfinale in English, by the way. I don't know how they do this. So, thank you very much for telling me. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Round of last 16. I do not expect much of Asia, that's true. But we need to have the result intact. So let's get him on the pitch. Milana had a great game prior to being injured and substituted. Hopefully it's nothing serious. Overall I'm happy with this. And they are complacent now. So I guess we will praise them. I realized that given that they are complacent already, this might not be a good idea. Imbiri takes the shots. That's decent goalkeeping this time. I remember that he dropped one of those previously. Validain is still complacent. Infantry. Sukipto with a long ball. Well defended. Also, 80 minutes into the match. I think we can do with some time wasting at this point. Did they change the formation in any way? Doesn't feel like it. Down the wings is totally fine. And look at them, they are really exhausted. You know what we'll do? We'll get rid of this. And then transition, we distribute over the opposition defense. We'll do it that way. That came through immediately. Do we have a fast player that is still available? None of these are really fast, but we have fast players on the pitch. So that's okay. Does any one of you need match sharpness? Yeah, I guess. So we bring on the right back for Validain. He's tired as well as complacent anyway. And we will bring on one of the loanees. That doesn't cost us money. So at least we avoided injury for that guy. Rinaldi with a long ball towards the striker. Solistyavan. It's not a good finish. If only he were a bit faster. Well, you have the money, right? You'll get it done. Maybe you will find a free loanee or something. That's good. Schiffer. Well defended. It's not even a corner. Infantry's long ball. Solistyavan. Ari with another long ball. I guess transition doesn't affect the goalkeeper only. How is this meant, by the way? I'm not sure. Yeah, it was a slight bit off, yes. A tiny bit. I wouldn't say it was entirely wrong, but it was a bit off. Also, I'm kind of regretting doing this right now, because Cherenel wasn't there to celebrate it. It kind of pains me to see that. Yeah, expected goals-wise it is. True. Solistyavan with another shot. That said, in aggregate we deserve to win this. Even expected goals-wise. I think even expected goals last time wasn't that far off either. And the finishing was just great. We created better chances in the end. Isha, nice pass. Sukipto, Isha again. Sukipto. I think it's 30 or 40k. So it's not too shabby. Like 10% of what no, it's like 5% of the depth. That's not too bad. I don't know the exact amount though, so we will see immediately due to the message. Was a fantastic performance overall. We gotta make sure they don't get complacent now. The problem is the next two matches don't matter. So who am I to judge? Yeah, this is great. We might get additional cup matches. Now it's 21.5k, so it's like 2.5% of our debt. That's not great. Alright. So, Milana is out for 3 weeks. That's not good. But luckily for us, the next matches don't matter. On the other hand, Milana is a 31-year-old. We pay him a lot of money. Yeah. He has some pace and that's it. we will play Persipura, whatever that is, Jayapura. I don't know the club. So they are in League One though. Yeah. And Ari, yet another assistant goal. he will go in the rainbow paradise, right? To the farm, to the everlasting farm somewhere else, or I don't know how this is pronounced. Yeah, but something like this. That said, he's hurt for 3 weeks, and we cannot get rid of him right now. Transfer window's closed. He contributed in the last match, so I will not complain. We will have... Where is this? Yeah, so this will be at the end of January, so we are fine with this. Finance says we are still going down the red hard. Prize money is a bit of a plus, but this is no good. Yeah, well, welcome back to the stream, I guess. I'm not sure how long we will continue, but you can watch the VOD in case you are interested later on. Let's just say the stream has been good so far. I also figured out that stuff with the ad manager, so that's a special Make a Billion comment here. So we're good. We're good. I need to figure out. We are going out for dinner at some point. I guess it's lunch. I don't know, something in between. Between lunch and dinner, whatever that is. We will go out today, and also maybe, I don't know, take the bike or something. So I will need to figure out how long we can continue this stream. I guess now is as good a time as any, right? So let me figure that out, and afterwards we will continue for as long as I have. It's approximately 3 degrees colder than hell. We still have some way to go, but it's getting hot. You can probably see it. Am I sweating like visibly already? I'm not. I need some fresh air. So yeah, let's adapt the training later on, and I will go and ask my personal management how long we have. 14 hours! Ah. I'm so envious of you. We could do with some rain. Seriously. We could definitely do with some rain. Okay. Let's keep that thought for a moment. I'll be back. I'll ask about how long we have. Alright, I have news. There is no news. I think we will make it to the 5-hour mark though. That's for sure. So, let's see. And we will probably adapt the training here. I do not think we did schedules overall. We will have 2 additional matches here, so this one is on Friday, we will need to travel, this I did myself. This match doesn't matter anymore. This match doesn't matter either. Match on Sunday, do we have... We do not have a setup for match on Sunday, do we? Okay, assuming that we remain in this league for a while, this is also weird. This is all fine. Yeah, this is set up just fine. For winning that match as well as a bit of a... We modified this. Okay. Yeah, we did that manually. So there's no match in this week. With the cup game coming on. I do not like that. On the other hand, some free time is probably a good idea. So if we slap in a full week of general training with match practice, that should keep him rather sharp. We will probably include some other stuff though. In particular here, we should have match preparation. I feel like match preparation is absolutely needed here. We do not need a quickness session here, that's for sure. We don't need set pieces though. And we do need them not on the last day. Something like this. Then we need the other set pieces training though. So I guess one of the physical sessions has to go. For defending free kicks as well as defending corners. I don't want to concede after a corner. So that's okay. Do we need penalties? No, this is a 2-leg game. I do not feel like we need the penalties here. Do we need... This is basically a match preparation. An extended match preparation afterwards. So we might as well give him extended match preparation here. Let's slap an overall in one of these slots. Let's give him some recovery here. And here we do match preparation. This probably not. So that's a bit much, maybe. And now we can probably do match practice here. And put in a recovery session. Do some overall. Give him some attacking movement and a set piece training here, because we need it. And then we do the remainder of the set pieces schedule here. And if it goes to penalties, we want to have trained that one too. Defending free kicks, defending corners. We want to do penalties as well as set piece delivery for good measure. Do we have anything? That's everything there is. So that's fine. And afterwards, we will deal with the rest later on. But there will probably be a recovery session in there, right? So I guess whatever happens, we will do recovery here. We'll do some overall training and then we will do some match tactics because we can. I don't know about the rest yet, because... Well, I don't know about the rest yet. The rest can be a full week of general training, basically. Everywhere. We will change it. Alright. And that's the end of the season here. So we will have a lot of matches though. There will be an additional 4 matches at least. And either the final, which is entirely useless because we will go up anyway. It's just about the money. Well, money is also worth something, I guess. Or it is the match about 3rd place. And this is a promotion spot, so we should definitely win this. It's all about the money. Let's not be that American just yet. Let's not be Sharon Nullet. Right? You're hyped. That's great. I think there's something called an hype train on Twitch. I'm not aware of what that is though, so I cannot tell you how to use the hype. America first, Indonesia second. I feel like this statement is a bit it has political context that might not go down well with American listeners or watchers. So I wouldn't want to stand by that if that's okay. Also, the color orange and tiny hands come to mind, and we should probably not ridicule politics because it's not appropriate for Twitch. So let's keep it at a minimum, pretty please. I don't want to be banned. That said, it fits my humor. Yeah. Okay. This guy is interesting. So we will need to play him maybe. On the other hand, he's susceptible to injuries. I think we should add him to the shortlist, right? Let's add him to the shortlist and be done with it for now. Also, scouting's finished for this one. Fairly pro apparently. No interest in signing for us. And I don't see much purpose in signing him either. It's good that we have had a look though. Okay. So, given that we spoke about club finance, I think we can clearly see that there's a problem here. In that we are just declining all the time. If we make it to the first league, I'm okay. I don't think that will happen anytime soon. So there's arguments for that. First of all, now I'm blind, more or less. You have it on stream now. So I think I did take off my glasses from time to time. Also, I cannot get rid of this hair. I can, shave it down to nothing, but it's always like a bit of chaotic. This is the best I can do in terms of order. That's all there is to it. I cannot do the rest. So Harry Potter is fitting, probably. I don't know Edward Snowden, though. I don't know about him and his hair. And then last but not least, the beard. That's a problem with pride, really. Because the story for this beard, and this is true, the story for this beard is, I'm the one within my social circle with the least beard. I guess it might not be true anymore. We will probably find someone that has less beard at these days, but it's been a really hard 37 years. It's been a really hard 37 years growing the beard to this amount. So I wouldn't say I'm proud of it, but it's the best I can do, and I will definitely not get rid of it. Well, in that case, you better start growing. I don't know. It took forever for me to achieve that level. There's other people that at the age of 15 they are like, I'm not. I'm the opposite. It might have to do with testosterone or something like this, but I'm not a medical expert, so who knows? I probably should lift more in general. Yeah, so much for that. So definitely not getting rid of the beard. Okay. So, I think the club is happy, we are happy, results have been good. It's great. I love it. Maybe a few of the players grow a beard now too. I don't know, we're in Indonesia. How are beards in Indonesia? Galway United's George Brophy Well, he's named Brophy, so I guess we should sign him. He joins Kerry, though. That's in Ireland. Let's remove him from the shortlist. He doesn't matter in Indonesia, does he? We do not get a full scouting report because, no analysts. It should say here. This link shouldn't be included. It was so confusing to me. We are expected to win, I guess. Gets a damn fast striker, though. He shoots with power. Yeah, well, with 4 points of finishing, I guess if it hits target, it's in. But it's highly unlikely to hit the target, so that's fine. And Mr. Tagi here is friggin' fast and not that great of a finisher for a striker, actually. But he's a poacher, so that fits. I don't know, man. I guess you have grayed out players. He's unregistered for the next match, and he cannot be registered. He's injured, he will not play. Luckily, we have a lot of loanees. And how many? You have to... I don't know, man. I don't know. What happens if you don't? Can you... I guess there's grayed out players in the youth team, right? You can offer a contract to one of those and I guess register one of them. I've never been in that situation. As you know by now, as a streamer on Twitch, I definitely will always tell you to adhere by the rules. Maybe you do. I don't know. I don't think so, though. That's unlikely. They will not fire you. Maybe you get fined or something. And then you have a second window to register another player. I don't know. Just register some random guy. 70 points deduction. Yeah, that will be it. Probably. So... Imbiri is back in the squad, I guess. We can give some playing time to the 16-year-old, right? It is. It is. That feels reasonable to me too. We could also play Isa from the get-go. Do we change anything about the tactics? Doesn't feel that way, does it? Zico belongs to the right, from my perspective. Ari also belongs to the right, sadly. That said, his performances have been so friggin' fantastic. I will not rest Ari. Not for now. You can, as long as you don't pay the wages, right? Sure, do that. Doesn't matter much. Well, you might as well loan in somebody with, I don't know, a hot prospect that is, I guess, might need a change in personality or something. Or you load in a hot prospect that has great personality. I don't know. Do you know a model citizen that is shit? Just to be a good influence on the remainder of the squad? Somebody like this. Preferably 35 years old as a backup that will never play. And then you hope for the best. At least that's what comes to mind immediately with me. So I guess that's my thought process. And that's also the end of it. Whoever Dindy is. Yeah, something like this. Something like this. Great. Didi. Let's have a look. Oh, it's a new gen. Okay. 16-year-old. Does he stand any chance of playing in your squad anytime soon? Can you use him in some way? Can you make money on him? No, you can't. But it fulfills the requirement, so who cares, right? Oh, fantastic. Okay. So it also feels like we play loaned in players FC. Doesn't matter though, there's no limits here. So we can have all the loanees in the world. Do we want anyone to play in the under 21s? Nah, they can probably play the league game, the league match. They gain a lot of possession within their own half. That's great. That also means they are not doing well. Otherwise, we have a slight problem with all of the heavy match load on those. So we should probably get rid of them. Well, he gets money. You pay him. But not that much. It will definitely not be a drag on your wage structure, that's for sure. Not a big one anyway. Yeah, we will need to rotate slightly. Slightly. Everybody needs to... I don't know, the entire bench needs to play more or less. This is a league game. Nobody cares anymore. He's also not match fit. He will play as a ball-winning midfielder though. He cannot play Segundo Volante if we force him to. That said, he can be deep line playmaker maybe. That's not much better, but this is what we are going for with him, right? We want him to be DLP, so we might as well teach him on the pitch. In real life. And then there's a few other players that might be able to play. Malik comes to mind. I guess Julianato will make his first appearance for the first team. How's Eko? Okay. So I guess Eko is on a ball-winning midfielder duty, and we put him back here. So he's entirely unsuited or unused to that. But who cares? We will play with a central defender here that fits. There's like 15 used lone players here. It's really weird. And in his case, yeah, he's a winger. Let him play as a winger. Maybe he can get stuff done. Which seems like we need a striker. Santoso cannot play out here though. In his role as a winger. That's what he's used for. Yeah, that's fine too. So I guess we need somebody in the middle. And there's... Well, there's Zico. So I guess Zico plays as a striker. Or we play Isha as a striker. I guess Zico is fine. I know the feeling. Somewhat. He's a decent poacher though. So he can play be poacher too. No problem. And apparently we do not need him on the wing. So he might as well, I don't know, train as a poacher. Nah. Well, 9 points of finishing are luxury. We cannot afford that here in Indonesia. This is too much. We will not do that. We will just play the B team, I guess. Which means low knees everywhere. But I'm okay with that. And the other ones, they don't get their bonuses and stuff, so... Then we will see by how much we will lose. If we lose at all. Yeah. But we will not injure one of the core team. That's good. They can have a break. With the exception of the goalkeeper. Well, in fact, we could probably also rotate the goalkeeper. Davies seems to be still with FC Bayern. Okay. And Mbappe signs a new 2-year deal. How old is Mbappe at this point? Probably close to retirement. Davies is 29 now. Yeah, sure. I would still probably take him, yes. It's a really weird picture, by the way. But, I don't know. Must have to do with the quality of the picture. Alphonso Davies has a rather regular face, I feel. Okay. We can also use these matches to have a different tactic, but I do not necessarily feel like we need to. Tactic works fine. Why should we change it? Never change a running system, right? So let's not change the running system. That's... Dynamics are good for some reason. I don't know why, but they improve. I brought in 10 players on loan. 10. We got rid of half of the squad. They approve. Wow. Okay. So, this clash means nothing, at least to me. Who is this? Persevere. Oh! For them this is about not getting relegated. For us this is about I don't give a... So? Hopefully we can be really annoying for them. And, you know, just win anyway. Also, the cautious approach seems to be fine. Zico is not a great header and not a great... he's a great header, but he's not a great jumper. So low crosses are okay, more direct passing is fine. Is there... We should probably play through the middle in this match, right? Let's go to the press conference first. Will we rotate? What kind of question is this? We'll say it's not an easy game. Let's not do the overconfidence thing. I don't want us to, you know. Yeah. So if we can continue that kind of form, that would be great. Definitely. So going through the motions, yeah, we rotate heavily. That said, we definitely need to win. For morale, that is. I want the morale to be better. So also, it counts as match experience. And we are giving it entirely to the young lone players, more or less. We might sign some of those later on, though. You know, if we can help it. I will probably not spend 63k on a player, though. Especially not on a youth player. Feels like that's a lot of money. Yeah, 60k is a lot of money for this club. It is. And some of the agreements include a future fee of 60k. Please don't ask me how they get to that. They pay them like 300 euros a week. How much is that for a year? It's 15.5k and they want 60 for them. I don't know. Well, I might spend 60k on a player in case I think he's really a great deal. But that would need to be Bernigo level or I don't know, however the name of the central defender was that we signed with Yudo Hawkdals that didn't come in because we fucked up the stuff. Well, I fucked up that stuff with the transfer window. So if we can find something of this quality, like first team immediately, not that expensive, and model citizen or I don't know, model professional or something like this, then I will go in, sure. Okay. There's a match tomorrow. Do we want to play the other goalkeeper too? Did the menu disappear all of a sudden for a reason? So I guess we play the other goalkeeper too, as it has been decided. Also, infantry can sit on a bench for a while. Isha is still on the bench. We will play Imbiri, you know, because the 16-year-old needs some match practice and he's our owner after all. I will definitely not bring along Anshari. He can take a rest. That's for sure. And Ari is more flexible than Sulstavan, so I guess Ari comes along. To be fair, he's the one that plays better too. So I guess we bring along Rinaldi? Why not? So they are relegated. Well, in our group, they're basically fighting against relegation. If they do not win, they will get relegated. Doesn't matter to me though. I'm fine with them getting relegated. It's always sad if somebody gets relegated, obviously. But given that it will not be us this time out, I don't care. Also, if we do not get them relegated, somebody else will get relegated. And I do not have an affiliation with either way. You mean like rock bottom of the league pyramid? Yeah. I think that's simulated in some areas of Football Manager, isn't it? There are some. Well, it will not happen to us, not this season at least. Liechtenstein? Okay. I never did a Liechtenstein save in Football Manager. Probably should for fun. Oh, they play in Switzerland. I see. I see. Yeah. So they cannot get relegated for regional diversification or something like this? Okay. Well, everybody expects us to draw. Wait, our job application has not been successful. Okay. Well, do we need to talk to the players? I guess yes. I really don't know why we cannot. Why can't we comment on their training? It's so weird. Did I do something wrong? Oh, social groups. They are generally balanced. These have similar levels of professionalism. That's not bad. That's not bad. So these are the players that are more or less fairly professional, I think. Yeah. Or slightly below it. He is also very ambitious, so this is good. Same here. They have similar levels of professionalism too. And also similar age. So I guess he's 21 though. I don't know why they sorted into two groups. But Validain now has a problem. He doesn't gel well with the rest of the squad. So he needs to go at some point. Which, to be fair, we determined that early on. So that's okay. And in the hierarchy, he will just drop and then... Yeah, but what can you do, right? We need to increase the professionalism, and we got it sorted. So... he's a bit alone now. We played him 3 times, I think. He makes his appearances. It's not worth it. Also, there is teamwork training and training. Always. For me. I always do that. But the team cohesion is not at maximum. So, team cohesion needs to go up. And as long as team cohesion is not at max, I will include that. Sure! Let's do this. Tactical meeting it is. So, this is a 4-4-2. We will play through the middle, that's it. Distributed fullbacks. I guess, yes, that's not bad. Let's distribute to the fullbacks, given that there are 2 strikers on the pitch. Sure. Team selection. Yeah, I want to do this. I know. Sounds weird, but I want to do this. Let's go through the middle, please. If I can find it. There it is. Low crosses is okay. Fairly narrow is okay. Opposition instructions. Let's have a look. So, Johnny Targi is the best finisher they have. His off-the-ball movement is good. His dribbling is 5 though. I'm willing to take a bet on that. Targi needs to go off the pitch. Then there's Hida Yatullah. Hida Yatullah is a wonderful striker from a physical perspective, and otherwise he's shit. So I don't think we need to mark him tightly or anything. His off-the-ball movement is really bad too. I think we need to close him down though. Trigger the press on him, force him into making errors, because, composure is not good. What's disgusting about it? So, did you win the match? Now, 7 yellow cards, there's 4 more to be spent. Well, in that case, who cares? Did anyone get injured? Or asking the real questions, did your own team get 7 yellow cards too? In that case. I see. Okay. Well, they tried to, I guess they tried to force themselves into the match and it didn't work, right? So that's the way it is. Dribbling 5 to 7. His dribbling is 4. He's so bad. How's his composure? It's also not great. We should stand a chance there. Same with him. Dribbling is bad. Tackle him. Tackle him hard. The rest doesn't matter much. Molana. He's a good passer with good off-the-ball movement. Physicals are not that impressive. Dribbling is not that impressive. Yeah, I see. Basically you need to win those, but it's only for morale, more or less. Madesud Radiat. Okay. I do not feel like we need specific instructions for any of those, do we? His dribbling is so bad. Same as his strength. For central defender, that's even worse. We will tackle him hard. Go there. Alright. Let's submit the team. No captain has been selected. They do not agree with the sheet. Well, the B team can show what they can do. This is an away game, but we are favorites. Okay. At least some of them accepted it. For the remainder, I think easing the pressure is probably a bit much. Okay, that didn't work that well. Tunnel. It's fantastic, really. I love it. So I guess good form breeds momentum. Yeah, that's true. Due to them being in a good mood. But that's all there is to it. They won 2 out of the last 4 matches. I think it will be a tough match given that we field the B team. Also, this is a crappy stadium. I feel right at home. Fantastic. Can we get through this match in 23 minutes? Probably not. So I will pause at the kickoff and we will have another minuscule break. Sorry. Need to do this. BRB. Alright, let's go. That was the wrong window. I might have changed something in OBS. Whatever. Stuff happens. So this is a rather narrow pitch. That's interesting. I need to learn every new name now. Because we didn't play them up until now. Arianto with the throw-in. Perdiancia. Perdiancia. Nugoro. Nugoro. First finish. I should probably demand more, but it's maybe that's overdoing it a little bit, given that this is the B team. Not much happened so far. Are they confident? We don't know. Mutapang, Kimura, Boli, Sudrayat. Long ball for Tagi. Tagi is fast. We know that so much. Well saved. Good stuff. That was a good save by the keeper. 17-year-old picked that out nicely. I'm happy with that. Hadi's corner. Eiko. Hidayulata. It's won by Nugoro and he lost it subsequently. Well, you should probably encourage them. These are probably... he's inspired and he's happy. Let's encourage them and hope that they will react in a positive manner. Well, more or less. They probably do not understand English or whatever it is I'm trying to talk here. Nugoro. Perdiancia. Down the wing. Nugoro again. Imbiri. Eiko. Eiko. Eiko's long shot. Well, it was a hopeful effort. That's for sure. If that would have hit target, I would have been quite impressed. There's a cross, Hadi, it's over. Woo! Well, they have the better chances, that's for sure. We do distribute towards the fullbacks, not that it matters much. Beery. That's not one for Hadi. Look at the amount of oh hi, they push up. Do we want to distribute over opposition defense again? Ferdiancia. Simatupang, yeah, it's a good ball, but Zico is really slow. Or at least he didn't run. Superiadi, that shouldn't be a ball for Tagi to win, and it isn't. Imbiri. Simatupang. Will this be another cross from deep? It isn't. Echo. Imbiri. Imbiri loses the ball. Come on, Imbiri. Close him down. That's not a bad pass. Tagi with another finish. It was offside though. No, we got lucky. In both regards, that is. I do not like the build-up play that we have. So we might as well leave it. Forget about the distribute over opposition defense. How fast are our strikers in comparison to what they have? This is friggin' fast. This is really fast. This is also really fast. And he's also really fast. So I guess we can argue that we are really fast. How are their defenders? He's really damn fast. He's really slow. He's not as fast as ours. And he's not as fast as ours either. So I guess we can pass into space too. Because, you know, this is the way it works. That's the wrong menu. Damn it. What did I want to do? Do not focus down the middle anymore. Distribute over opposition defense. And also pass into space. Because that's what we can do. and then annoy the shit out of them. Because this is a really destructive way to play football. But who cares? As long as it works, right? Well defended. Imbiri. Simatu Pang with another cross. Zico. Well, he won the header. Can we close him down, please? Bully. That's another long shot. I think I will go demand more next time out. Hillman. That's intercepted. Is he bad at distributing the ball that way? His kicking is 11. He should be able to. Dagi. Easy one for Hillman. It was blocked though. That block was definitely needed. Perdiancia. It's a corner. We do get a corner. Arianto takes the corner. That's not one for ours. Get another throw in though. And now we can also shout. So let's see what comes from it. Simatu Pang, Imbiri. Simatu Pang is not bad. Ariato, Echo. Echo takes the shot. It's another corner. I will demand more now. This is a bunch of young guys, they will probably not like it. This is a bunch of young guys and apparently they like it. With the exception of Simatu Pang. He's a bit pressured. So we know he doesn't deal well with pressure now. Arianto. Not a good corner. Imbiri. Apparently nothing comes from it. Adriancia with a long throw. Isvan Toro, Nugoro. Santoso loses the duel against Boli. Mahmoudi is one of those with a yellow card. Simatu Pang, Tagi, it's yet another blocked shot. I'm happy with that. The fact that we blocked those. I'm not happy with the lack of chances created. Not at all. We do play wingers though, so maybe we should change that. Maybe we should enforce trying to go through the middle. Cause sure, he's used to going down the right. He's used to going down the left, so let's switch those, actually. Let's experiment a little bit. Let them both cut inside. Play as some sort of inverted winger. And go through the middle. And look for the underlap. Where is it? Here. We have enough underlapping players, and central midfield should be weaker, as well as central defense should be weakened. Central defense is on the yellow card, one of them anyway. So that's also a yellow card for Ray. Who is Ray? Oh, no, it's not Ray. Not a bad free kick. Manula. Who is that? Okay, that's a wide midfielder. I still want us to go through the middle though. Hillman with a nice long kick. There we go. Imbiri, Echo. Echo with a long ball. That's not what I was looking for. Is Riyad? Apparently the first name is not what's in the text to the left. Nugoro, not bad. Imbiri, it is bad. Well, we get a free kick. No, we do not get a free kick. We get an offside, they get a free kick. It's getting late. Nugondo. Santoso. One more of those. And it's another offside, yeah. There does not seem to be much passion here. Arianto, Ngoro, Arianto again, Arianto dribbling on his own, Santoso, Ngoro, Ngoro finds a nice cross, it's not offside, not a good opportunity either. Hidai, whatever his name was. Oh, that's a good ball for Tagi. Tagi and Hillman. Easy one. We will try to fire them up now. This is an experiment after all. They don't like that. So what's the problem here? Pressure. Not a good header. But we give him a lot of chances. I don't like that. Look at that setup. Eco wins the ball. Yet another bad finish. If not for the bad finishing and the wasteful efforts, they probably would be in the lead at this point. Quite a lot, actually. That's well intercepted, that's not. There it is. I guess we deserve that at this point. That's what I get for playing the U19. Or whatever that is here. I don't even think we need to change much, other than the mentality. Simatu, Pang, Herdianzia. In fact, let's do that. I'll put this to positive, we need to score. And I will definitely demand more at this point. This will not do. Everybody agrees, at least to a degree. Oh, this is no good. Hadi, with a cross. Julianto, that's not well defended. Hillman. Hillman has a decent game so far, with the exception of that one finish. I know it says 6.5 down here, but I will not complain about him. It's not good. As expected, Arianto. Herdianzia. Cuts inside, takes a shot. Well, no complaints. Good stuff. Really good stuff, what a wonderful goal. In a match that doesn't matter much, but he cut inside and he basically addressed that before trying to do it, right? It was well visible that he would be able to take the shot here. And he did. Lilianto, Imbiri, and that's it. So apparently we should do positive. Given that this was created in a positive formation. I don't like it. You should do better. Everyone. That's it. So let's do that. Nugoro, Imbiri, Santoso. Adriancia. Siaputra, and that's it. Julianto, Arianto. Mahmoudi again. Boli. Long ball. Arianto misses the opportunity to intercept that ball. He does this time. Echo. Imbiri. Imbiri's good pass. Feriancia. Siko. Can he find the opportunity? He finds Fredriancia. Who goes for Santoso, and there's nothing here. Zico wins the header. Echo, and that's it. Well, it certainly looked like attacking football for a second. Mahmoudi with the long ball. That's not good defending. It's offside though. Come on, put on a bit more. Here's Vantoro. Hardy defends well. Kimura. What will he do? Sudrayet. Tagi wins the header. But it's offside. Great. So, whilst I'm not happy with the first half, we're okay. At least we were. Bowley. That's an easy one for Hillman. It didn't look that threatening, but there were two strikers near that ball, so I guess it could have been threatening after all. That's not one for Zico to pick up. Sudrayet, Hadi. That's a cross from deep. Well picked up. Bowley, long shot by Bowley. Not a fantastic opportunity, still dangerous. Perdiancia with another direct free kick, and it's yet another corner. What will we do with it? Arianto takes a free kick. It's towards the long post, I think. Perdiancia is Vantoro. Is it a penalty? It is not. Perdiancia with another one of those. Not bad. How are his long shots, by the way? He scored in that fashion and he has long shots 1. It happens! 1 point of long shots. And he put that one in the back of the net recently. Imbiri! The 16-year-old certainly wants to add his name to the goal sheet. Score sheet it is, isn't it? It's score sheet, whatever. Rajet. Here's Vantoro, Imbiri, Perdiancia. That's not bad, if only Zico would be able to run. Adriancia. Imbiri, Nugoro. This one for Zico this time. It does not like it. Offside. 54 minutes into the game. Do we need to substitute anyone? Maybe. On the other hand, it feels like we are more in control now. Imota Pang, that's not one. Hadi wins the header towards Tagi. What's this? This is not my corner taking, my throw-in taking setup. That's for sure. Tagi, Hadi. Will it be defended? It will be. Sudrayet, Hadi, Boli. And that's it. At least for now. Kimura. With a long ball towards Tagi, and Hillman is there to save the day. So maybe let's go back to cautious. Not like we create much. Hadi. Well done. Tagi. Intercepted by Zico. Oh, Zico. Why don't you run with the ball? Just run. Hopefully provoke a second yellow card somewhere. Tagi takes a free kick. That's not a good finish. I will demand more. This is not good enough. Everybody agrees, it seems. Well, great. Now that we got that sorted. Julianto seems exhausted. We should probably take him off. We have infantry on the pitch after all. Another news, who else needs match practice? So Utama could use some match practice too. He's not sharp though. Isha could use some match practice. Imbiri doesn't do well. Same goes for Santoso though. And I think Santoso, yeah, he's not used to playing there. Isha, on the other hand, definitely is. In fact, he's more of an... I don't know, even know. He's probably more of an inside forward here. So even more of a striker. That feels suitable. Go up. Score the winning goal. Adriancia. And that's intercepted. Isvan Toro does well so far as a central defender, given that he's a defensive midfielder, usually. RD with the corner, well intercepted. Tagi, Zico. That's not good defending by Zico. He's a striker after all. But we're doing fine. Will we be able to win this game? Come on. Do more. Siaputra will now be suspended too. It's more of a leftish area. Also, they rotated a little bit. So Augusti is on the pitch now. Let's have a look at Augusti, will we? Who is this? Also do not know this guy. So he's a good finisher. That's really dangerous. Not great off the ball movement. We might be able to mark him tightly. Then he should be taken out of the match. And in Augusti's case, he's a really good passer, shitty off the ball movement. Yeah, that's a case for a tight mark too. Also tackle him hard. And does he have a weaker foot? Well, he does, but it's not like we need to do this. Verdiancia. Verdiancia. Takes a cross. Isha. Wow! 15 points of jumping reach and no heading whatsoever. But that was fine. Adriancia. We will intercept this at some point. That's a bad ball from deep. Echo. Imbiri, Nugoro. Please play a nice killer ball. He does. Verdiancia. And it's offside. No good. Supriyadi. Arianto finds Isha. Oh, Isha, what the hell is this? Seriously? This is your first touch. Okay, we throw in here. Adriancia, Augusti. That's a free kick, is it? Nah. He would have preferred to. No, he doesn't like. I don't know. Certainly seems like it right now, right? But I think we did. Yeah. No, we didn't. We didn't play in blue kits, all of them. I think the away game in the cup, that we played in another one. Good job by Hillman. Can we get one into their goal though? Zico doesn't win the header. Offside again. We have a substitute left, right? What a phrase. So I guess we could play Utama or might as well try Malik, right? Why not? So Malik comes on. Go out there. Do something reasonable. Infantry with the long ball. Adriancia. Same here with a long ball. That's intercepted by Isha. It was offside. I would have taken that nice pass by Isha. Doesn't happen though. Adriancia. Augusti. It was intercepted. Echo. Adriancia. What kind of tackle is this, Mr. Isriat? Infantry. Not bad. Imbiri, Siko, Echo. Siko again. Imbiri. Ngoro. The idea was there. Was a bit misplaced though. Sopriadi with a long kick. Adrianto picks up the ball. Nothing for Ngoro this time. Isriat and Hillman. 3-minute stoppage time. Can we get a result? I guess a draw is a result too. Nice interception. Imbiri. Isha. Isha doesn't find the opportunity to play the killer ball, and now he goes for the shot. A corner's a corner. Good stuff. I will still demand more. 3 minutes to go. Can we turn this match around? Arianto takes the corner. At least he should. Come on. We do not have all day. Apparently nothing happened. Okay. A throw in. Isha again. Arianto with yet another throw in. Isha. Good pass. Imbiri. Imbiri! That would have been the day. For a second goal. For the youngster. But it wasn't. Last scene of the game, I think. Arianto. Will he take the corner? Come on, man. Arianto takes the corner. Isha. That's one for Arianto again. It's offside. Great. So much for that. I guess it's a draw after all. But the second half was much better. That said, we probably didn't deserve that draw. We might have deserved to lose this match. Gotta be realistic about this. So, seen from that perspective, it worked just fine. We didn't win that match, the result doesn't matter. So, we can be happy with this. All went down well. I think it's fine. I don't care much. Apparently the table is gone. For some reason. Doesn't really matter though, does it? Alright. So, we have this training and we have the press conference. Let's go through the press conference. Sultan Siko has failed to hit the net. I don't care much. Sure, he should have scored. Also, let's give him an official warning, because, you know, we can. There seems to have been a conscious effort to pick players who haven't played much this season. That's probably because all of them are loanies and they are new. Everybody had some time on the pitch. That's it. Fantastic. We won the game. Well, we didn't win the game. We won a point. We are still second. 33 points. We will play them, actually, I think, next time out. Yeah, we will. So we will play the third next time out. But for now, that's enough for today. 6-hour stream. I didn't know we would do that. Last but not least, there will not be a stream on Monday, so no stream tomorrow. Because I'm not available. And I do not know if I can do a stream on Friday. I might do one next weekend, though. It depends a bit on how the weekend will turn out to be. We'll keep you posted, though, on the Discord. So, have a nice remainder of the Sunday and good next week. Thank you all very much for watching. and we will see each other soon. Bye.